get back to it. A bit earlier than expected, but I need some lovely, cozy capitalism lab to soothe the wounds from that god-awful looking anime game. Mechanically, it didn't look too bad, but you know, sometimes you get so repulsed by something that you don't want to learn how good it can be. So, what's going on here? We've got, well, I suppose if you missed out last time, we threw ourselves right behind the fuel industry, and we've got diesel and our own Super Plus gasoline, and we really crushed the market share with it. Yeah, man, almost 3/4 of both of these drinking our fuel, so much so that we needed a second fuel place for it. You're tucked away behind there. And we're selling the fuel and the lubricant, I believe. Yeah, there we go. Even the motor lubricant we're getting out there. It's making us healthy money, but money should be put into making more money. So we immediately got into alcohol. I put it into chat what we're going to go into next. And of the suggestions they had, alcohol was one that was readily available for us. Some things required goods that were not sourceable yet. So, we of course decided to park our bar right next to the football field. And demand was so high that we needed another one that we put right next to the grade school. So we're turning them into, what is it? Do they called wine ants or something? Anyway, wine slurpers. The problem is I don't have any wine because I managed to exhaust my grape supply, so much so that I put down another grape farm. Let's get the training all the way up there. Actually, we just go to the HQ and we say HR. Make sure everybody is max trained. I don't see any good reason not to have max training. We shifted around some of our factories. Might take a wee bit before some of them are online again, because I'm at the mercy of my fields producing the goods. But at least they're stored in warehouses. Our overall strategy is that anybody can buy our goods straight from our warehouses. In fact, we have stars buying up our beers from our mega beer factory, but they have to buy it at this inflated price. Whereas what also happens is my warehouses get them and then sell them on to my own companies at a low price. So a good example is, here's Stars, they set up a bar not far from ours. Now they have to price match us. So if we look at the beer that we sell beer for $2.02 each. And they have to price match on that one. Okay, they're undercutting us a little bit, but I think that's just because it hasn't caught up with our change. So lucky for them, because they price match and they sell exactly the same thing, they're actually getting a competitive amount of market share. But they're actually barely making any markup on that, and the $1.89 they pay per can goes directly to me, so them getting market share is me getting money. That's pretty ideal, and that's how we want things to be set up. Other people can put up the front costs of setting up stores, only to sell our goods. Now I could not have my own stores altogether and just be a pure wholesaler, but I would like to push my products a bit more that way, so that's exactly what we're doing. What else is there to be concerned with? Probably the fact that I'm pretty heavily in debt. Yeah, we will be dipping into politics as well, but the main focus of this run is producing goods. I want to just produce different goods that are available in real world. This is actually, the whole point of this run is to get a feel for real world and decide if I want to use it for a perfect run of this game. I think this game could handle perfection. Well, we'll see just how well it can handle it. So. What was going on next? I should probably have a quick look at just how much debt I'm in right now. Our loans mature in 97 and 98 and come to a total of about $400 million, which is 10 times the amount of money I have right now. However, our company's net worth is pretty damn good. If we look at the stock exchange, we're valued at $4 billion market cap, and because we bought out ourselves at the very start, we don't have any other public shareholders or private individuals or companies who own anything in our company, but we own plenty of others. We own 49% of both the insurance companies, and I am strongly tempted to take them over. It's the cheapest I think I'll ever be able to seize control of them, especially since they still have a lot in the public hold. The downside is I would then be in control of the company, but they still have their own CEOs and stuff. They can continue to expand and stuff, so I'm actually going to do that straight away. Let us take control of the Win lobby. Prophetic, I dare say. Just buy all of that. So now there's nothing in the public, and we're going to do the same with Petan, because I do believe that insurance companies are very powerful. Wow, I own barely anything of Old Men Company. They've really produced a lot of extra shares for other people to buy up. The question is, do we think old men are going to go to the moon? They're certainly on their way up. But whilst it's good to buy up things nice and cheaply, I don't really have the money, and I'm heavily in debt. So I'll stick to what we're doing just there. Yeah, I want to get my fruits, and especially my grapes, rocking and rolling, because we desperately need this wine out there. Anytime we're not producing wine, we are just sitting on our thumbs here. Even the wine that I had in my storage is completely dried up. Hopefully I produce enough of the other things, the blueberries, the strawberries. In fact, the demand for strawberries is far higher than I have coming out here. I might have to... Oh, that's right, I switched out some of the grapes for strawberries. So when we grow these strawberries, which we're going to have to wait for February on, then we'll have more of them coming in. And my guys here are getting more experience, so the quality of the fruits that I put out will get better. I didn't expect to be getting into it, but we actually sell fruits in our own fruit store here. And demand for grapes sky high, no one can get it. They want it in liquid form, they want it in solid form, they're not getting any of it. Can we build weapons with this real world mod? I don't think weaponry is part of it. We could have a quick look though. Manufacturer's guide. Not seeing anything under W for weapons. Closest thing we have to weapons, of course, are automobiles. Buses, cars, tractors, trucks, vans. So we can Aseke some people around here, but we might be getting to that. We'll certainly be getting to it in the perfect run. So we'll let time continue on. We are making buckets of ducats, which is nice, but it always feels better to continue to invest it into something. Still waiting on these herbs to come through. In fact, the herbs are coming through. So let's make sure they're not an internal sale, and then we can sell them to whoever wants them for a reasonable markup. But I do want it to come into my warehouse here. So I'm going to link you up with my own herbs. They gotta be here somewhere. There we go. Herbs come in, then herbs go out. And that's going to be put to use in my liqueur factory. This is our bottled liqueur. Wait, it wasn't liqueur, it was something else. What took the herbs? Vermouth did. Do I even have a vermouth factory? I don't think I do. In any case, these herbs need to go in and go out on internal sale, but they're going to be sold at cost. What is the cost of our herbs? The actual herbs only cost about 6 to 8 cents to make. Feels weird saying cents instead of pence. So it comes out of here at cost. And did I even set up a factory for making vermouth? I don't think I did. That's sparkling wine, that's red wine, that's white wine. There's our corks. You're the brandy, you're the bottled liqueur. No, I guess I didn't have one for vermouth. Okay, the demand for vermouth is pretty low. It's on par with brandy and vodka lemon, so a single small factory should be able to handle that. We'll have you over for alcoholic beverage, vermouth. Missing supplies, missing white wine. Ah, right. That'll be a problem. Still, we'll set it up regardless. We'll make sure that the herbs are sourced from the warehouse, and that the white wine is also sourced from the warehouse. And the sugar, again, warehouse. It'll take a while for that to be up and running because the demand for my white wine is through the roof, and that means demand for grapes are through the roof. But once December comes, there'll be loads of grapes for harvesting. Those will be sold wholesale, made into wine, and made into wine for vermouth. And once that vermouth is flowing, we'll get it into our warehouse, and then that too will be sold in our bar. I don't know anything about vermouth. If anybody in chat drinks vermouth, please explain the concept to me. But it'll be sold with the other wines to these grade schoolers. Gotta get them hooked early. Man, I knew I'd need a specific... Well, I knew I'd need my own dedicated land for doing this. It's very tempting to buy up the land, but... Yeah, because then we got people like Gypsy Moth's Caesar Oil Conglomerate making nappies right next to me. I want you out of here. What was that announcement here? Central Bank has increased the interest rate. Fortunately, when you take your loans, you already get them at a set interest rate. It's not variable. Yeah, just as well, because the current rate is now over 7%. So is a high interest rate indicative of a really good economic state? Because it certainly is booming right now. I should take a look to see what I do with my subsidiaries now. Shit, they don't list themselves at the top here. But the wind lobby's not doing so hot. They're very much not doing so hot. Nothing's in the public shareholder, but the stock isn't split between that many people here. It wouldn't be too hard for me to go to Shitatsu Sho and strong-arm him into selling me his stock. They already have the market share, so it's good for me to just control this market share. He wants quite a lot for it. I think I will work my way towards owning these companies a bit better. So Petan and Wind Lobby. Mistress Dark, give it to me. Paying quite a bit for it. $12 per share is still actually not too bad a deal there. $11 per share from Shitatsu Sho. Sato won't want to sell his because he's actually the CEO of Petan here. Just trying to squeeze the shares out of here. If I can just get 75% of the shares, even if I'm paying over the odds for it, it will allow me to force a merger on these at my own desire. And the fact that the CEOs have had to sell so much of their shares, probably indicative of the companies going very badly, but under my watchful eye, they will grow nicely. It's kind of ironic that Sato is CEO of Petan. I don't see the irony there. Sato is a pretty interesting character from Working. It is called Working, right? Yeah, it is. Right, I only need another 3.9% of the company. There we go. Now I can force merger. I won't though. There's no good reason for me to do so right now. I want to make sure that the firms can be quite profitable, so let's go and switch over and see how they're doing. Wind Lobby, for example. What in the blue blazes are you doing? We can go to Wind Lobby's corporate details, check their firms, go to their insurance HQ, and find out what's going on. There's not a lot of waiting time, the quality of service is passable, you don't really do any underwriting profit, but the thing is, these guys are meant to make their money off the stocks. So what I should be doing is going to the stock market and seeing what these guys have. Oh wow, they got no money! Why have they got no money? Why is nobody buying these stocks? They really have nothing, do they? We need to find somebody who's down on their luck in the stock market and then buy that up with their money. But that's only 4 million. Why is there so little money in their insurance firms? I actually don't know. I have no idea why they have so little. This needs further investigation. Cash, stock assets. See, apparently you do have stock assets. Oh, right, you have bought into Matsushita Electrical Industries. Alright, that makes sense. It's barely any. But hey, you own a fair amount of it. Good, that's what you need to be doing. If that's what the Wind Lobby is doing, then what's Petan doing? We can go to Petan and... no, I'm still looking at Wind Lobby here. They're waiting. Kaiser, this is not the place. Right. Right. Petan. Yeah, you don't have... No, you've got bonds. I don't believe in getting bonds because the payout on it is really low. Better to get shares where things can go a whole lot better for you. Shares? Yeah, shares. So if we look at bond market and see what they're doing. You don't have any, do you? Yeah, it's just you. I think we'll ditch those treasury notes, so I'm gonna sell all those bonds for 10 million for Petan. 10 million isn't great, but at least it's something to work with. So away that goes, now we're going to go to... And I said I wouldn't be spending all my time on the stock market, but the stock market I think is really interesting in this game. Let's just, well, let's turn to chat, actually. There are a lot of corporations here. Who do you think we should be backing? Ideally, I want somebody who looks like they're on their way down rather than up right now. Saibo Railways, for example. A lot of them seem to be flatlining. It's hard to tell which of these are going to go way up, though. I mean, who's this? The National Bank of Greece. It's a sign. It is an absolute sign. Petan, buy your way into the National Bank of Greece. 0.01% of Greece. Let's buy it. And then the Win Lobby. Maybe the Win Lobby should back Mitsubishi Steel. That's what you already have, so why not get more of it? Apparently you've already made good gains on it. How? I sincerely doubt you've made those amazing gains of it. Oh wow, 30 million of it. That's fine though. Sell that, make your... That wasn't 30 million, but whatever, 13 million. Doesn't look like the Win Lobby or Petan actually had any of their own shares going on. And now... buy your way into the National Bank? Has to be Greek. Are there any publicly listed game dev studios? Can't go wrong there. I don't think so. I thought I saw Enron here. What a shame. I'm not seeing any. Is that a cash and carry? Paychecks, Petrol, Pixar. The stock market is so young in this game, at only 4 years old, it's really hard to tell who's peaking and who's not. Let's buy ourselves into some United Autos. Oh god, it costs so much to buy anything here. Right, who's the cheapest? The Bank of Nova Scotia. I can't even afford some of that though. The stock prices here are just way too high. Republican Services or Republic Services, still too high. I need something I can buy for about 13 million. It's not a lot of it. We'll go for Toyota. There you go. Now you've got yourself at least a little bit of shares to work with. I'll just keep hold of them and hope that those companies can do alright under me. I suspect that they will continue to grow and maintain their market share, because I don't think any other company is really going to get in on that game. Bonds make good money for insurance money. I think that shares make better money. They don't all make money though, which is why you diversify. Right, we'll leave them to take care of themselves. The grapes are in though. The grapes are finally in, but they're not being sold anywhere. Why is that? Probably because this warehouse isn't taking it in. You're only taking in your grapes from Silver Surplus Farm 2, aren't you? But this place has no grapes, so instead we're going to have you linked with, I can just type in grey to get the Silver Surplus Farm 5's grapes. So now these grapes should be being sold to the warehouse. Should be sold to the warehouse. Why are you not being sold to the warehouse? There we go, there we go. The grapes will flow now, and now the wine is flowing. And if the wine flows, that means the vermouth can flow. The vermouth, however, needs to source its white wine from that warehouse, which it does. It's just the warehouse needs some to begin with. It's going to take a bit to deal with this staggeringly huge demand for wine, but we'll get there. We will get there, he says. Come on, where's our wine? I know you've got the grapes. Being supplied by the warehouse, as well it should. Barely got any supply right now, but they'll get it. It's coming in. Don't worry about the massive losses that my warehouses make. That's because they buy things in from the farm at the farm's rates. Gasoline done. Okay, great. No one's ever going to keep up with our gasoline technology. We can check that though, can't we? We can go to product details, we can specifically go to gasoline. Gasoline fuel. Was that the thing I wanted to look for? I don't think it was. There's a specific thing for tech. Tech on products. I agree on that, Jake. You make money with stocks, but it's also riskier. Yeah, but I have enough money to shoulder risk here. Well, not money, but income. Yeah, man, that's good stuff. Tech in the hundreds, as it should be. If somebody does start playing silly buggers with me, I can set up another longer term R&D to just stay ahead of them in the very long term, but I don't think that's necessary right now. I definitely make way too many corks. I mean, no one needs this many corks in their life. Hang on, you shouldn't be on internal sale. I do not mind other people buying from my factories, not one bit. Especially when they have to pay through the roof for it. Still waiting on this vermouth, though. Why is internal sale on for all these things again? Maybe I just forgot to turn it off when I did my factory rejig. But no, it is perfectly okay for other companies to buy goods straight out of my factories. Good, 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 good. This one doesn't even have any goods to internal sale or not from, because they're still waiting on that wine. Come on, wine. I need this stuff made. It's not being... Ah, you aren't sourcing it from these places yet. Right. We need to link you. Check wine. Red wine. Sparkling wine. And white wine. Now it should flow. In real life, holding my beer. So YOLO, says Alec. Is your beer a crushed can of Budweiser? I can't believe we researched Budweiser. From Carling. Oh, our next stuff is going to be a can of Corona. Would you rather have that than a Budweiser? I don't drink beer at all, so it's all Greek to me. There we go. We've really got the wine flowing now. And that market share of ours will start spiking up like crazy, or so I hope. It's all being sold at cost, at least it should be. That red wine is not being sold at cost. Wine is very cheap to make. How cheap? 34 cents to make a bottle of wine. Let's just make sure we're selling that at cost. And there's our vermouth. Excellent. Well, that is loud and a half. It's because all my R&D is done. Good. Ignore all of those. Right, so everything's being sourced well. You are making it, but it's not currently being sold. Okay, I think I need to no longer be told about my R&D being completed. R&D completion notification disabled. I now know enough to not care. I just want it to continue to be produced for me. So that vermouth needs to enter our warehouse here. Why are you... Oh, crikey, you're not linked to our whiskey. I need to relink these. Good thing I checked those. Whiskey and brandy... And you do get your beer, right? Yeah, it looks like you do. And it's all going out at cost. 10 cents to make a beer can. Almost $2 to make some brandy. But $5 to make a bottle of whiskey. Really, though? I am unsure about that. No, it doesn't cost $5 to make a bottle of whiskey. It costs 75 cents. I knew something was off there. Come on, we sell these things internally at cost. What about the brandy? There's no way it costs that much to make a brandy. No, it costs 31 cents to make a brandy. Filled with complex feelings here. This whole UI is XP. Yeah, it is. It's from that era after all. Anyway, the whole point I went to this warehouse for was to source... Yeah, was to source my... It was Vermont, right? Yeah, Vermouth. I think Vermont is something completely different. And then once it comes in here, We can set its price to be at cost. How much is it to make this? Probably not a lot. We'll check that. It just got upgraded to, what is that? Dolan? I have no idea. Apparently it costs about 32 to make. Plus a little bit, so there we go. But that's on internal sale. Slam some advertising on it. We do a lot of advertising on our booze. And let's make sure these grade schoolers get the lovely taste of vermouth. Kids would probably hate the taste of it. I know I would have as a kid. Probably would still hate it now. So let's pause before Doc Spengler gets some ideas on how to run this store. How is it again? Purchasing. Wrong one. Wrong one for purchasing. Purchasing goes in the middle. And then it's sales at both the side. If you mess it up, you pay for it. So, vermouth from Silver Surplus Factory. No, not factory. Warehouse. There you go. And I will now transfer this over to Doc Spengler. And Doc Spengler can figure out the price to set for it. 13 is way too small a price for it. Let me give you a heads up here. We should be charging, 17? More. 20. Yeah, a little less. 22. 22 bucks for a bottle of vermouth. In real life, I wish the prices were as reasonable as your offerings. This is the offerings to myself. I'm making the public pay a whole lot more. $2 for a can of beer, $52 for a bottle of brandy, $71 for a bottle of whiskey. I've paid more than $71 for a bottle of whiskey. I haven't paid $71 for a bottle of Jack Daniels, though. That isn't right. In fact, that is very wrong. Chief Operating Officer Doc Spengler wants yet another rise. Sure, why not? Rise, raise. Potato, potato. What year was this game released? It's still being worked on today. In fact, there's another expansion coming out not too far from now, but the original that it's based on is Capitalism Lab from, I think, the turn of the millennium, so around 2000 or so. Right, I'm still waiting on those strawberries. They'll be harvested in August. The grapes seem to be coming through just fine. Our level is going up and the quality of the grapes should be getting better. Excelente. Let's make sure we have good training going on in the vermouth place as well. Wow, demand for vermouth is way higher than what I'm able to put out right now, but that's probably because of you buying it all up. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I'm just building up a storage here of vermouth. How do you rate CapLab overall at this point? Is it scratching the itch, or do you think it's up there with some of the best? In terms of economical management simulator games, I think it is up there with the best. Might even be the best. Most of the concerns about this game aren't mechanical, it's UI. When do you ever find a good UI in a management style game? It's pretty rare. The challenge out there is to find a better game than this for economic management. I'd probably think the game isn't very fleshed out if all it was creating stuff and selling it. But the fact that it's got stock market and bonds and banks and insurance and technology and internet and city politics and city building, and even going into quality of life that you can affect by having good conditions to live in, shopping access, cultural buildings that you put up. There's so much to get into, and that's why I'm kind of looking forward to doing the perfect run, because I just want to jump into everything in the game. But for now, let's see what real world has to offer. Pretty happy with the booze. We can take a quick look and see how we're doing in terms of market share on that one. So I want to see how we are. Excellent. Again, anybody who has... I don't care about retail market share, is what I'm saying here. Although, holy moly, everybody wants our white wine. Unless that's vermouth. No, it is white wine. I care about production market share. Because if other people sell our product, that's fine, because they have to pay us through the nose for it. Although it looks like a lot of them have stopped buying our things because it's too expensive. Well, that's okay, I can always edit that later on, try and hook them in. Treat them mean, keep them keen. That was the advice I was once given. And it was good advice. Let's make sure that we're actually fulfilling the demands quite well. There's more of a demand for my diesel fuel than I'm able to really meet right now. Oh, this isn't linked up. I think somebody told me long ago that it wasn't linked. Maybe I accidentally unlinked it. It explains why we had some lingering bits of old, nasty, non-super plus gasoline fuel. Still, the demand for my fuel remains higher than what I can fulfill. It's kind of mad, isn't it? Wish it was easier to see my firms. I can just click my firms though, can't I? Doesn't hide everything, sadly. I thought it did. Oh well, I think it's Control-C. Gets rid of a lot of the high-rise buildings, makes it easier to see firms. I could just keep them kind of see-through for most of the time, but anyway. We've finally met the demands for fruits, so our little fruity place here can remain profitable. You're not running advertising, good. It's just a way to sell excess fruit and can keep the profit margins going. Even if it's not much money, at least it's putting that fruit to use rather than keep it kicking around for no good reason. The demands for fuel remain still so high that we could sell more of it. Do I want a third gas station? My opinion is I'm going to need one eventually anyway. And I should also remember that I'm not currently selling all of the available fuel products. So let's... Do I just want to duplicate one of them? No, I want it set up a little differently. So what I will do is I'll make another gas station. 81, that is powerful. It's a shame because I might want to build something else here, but I think it's use it or lose it. If I don't build here, somebody else will. So another gas station here. Let's put in you, and we're going to purchase in... Well, it's all going to be some kind of fuel from a warehouse. So, diesel and gasoline, and... Should we do even more? It can't hurt to overdo this kind of stuff. 2 diesel, 1 gasoline, and I'll have another floor that does the opposite. So, 2 gasoline, 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 and diesel. And that should take care of all demand for the stuff. I remember when Aurora would not run because of wrong decimal delimeter. Do not know what you're saying there. How would you compare it with SimCity 4? I don't actually like SimCity, so not well. I don't like city builders that don't have a nice edge to them. If you just play it straight like City Skylines, I'm not very interested. But if you got something cool going on, like Frostpunk for example, then yeah, you'll bring me right in. Damn it, I wanted to get in on the cheese industry, but Banner Inc. is beating me to it. Central Bank increases interest rate again, but I think it went down a bit before then. Still, I have enough money to be paying off my loans. I should be strongly considering what to do with all this dosh. The amount of money we're making is going through the roof, and our stock price is probably going to the moon right now. Oh heavens, yes, 1.2 grand. If there's one thing we're pretty good at, it's managing our stock price. The question is what to do with all this dosh. Well actually, good to see that under our watchful guidance, the Win Lobby is raising yet more money. So maybe they can go and buy a little bit more by way of stocks. Gotta spend that money on something, right? Buy more of the National Bank of Greece. Oh, we don't have the cash. Well, that's a given. I'm in a position where I can do cash injection on Win Lobby and Petan, so no big deal there. Doesn't really matter that their operational profit isn't so good. As long as they get people buying their insurance. The thought occurs that part of the reason the insurance companies aren't riddled with money is because we only have one city here, Grimsby, which means we only have 700,000 population to pay into our insurance schemes here. When we ran this previously, we had 4 cities, 4 times the population. I really don't like City Skylines either. Way too shallow in terms of demographics and actual sim. Yeah, but that's how it really took off. The market was hungry for a half-decent city builder. And City Skylines was that. It's half-decent, but half-decent isn't fully decent. Right, demand for our goods is well in control. So the question now is, what market do we get into? And I need chat's input on this because there are many things that we can get into. Whoever yells out about something we can get into, we'll look into it, and if it's possible, we'll do so. Lots of options here, with lots of sub-options. I mean, look at all the different household products there are. Desingus wants to get into manga. There's a very sad reason we can't get into manga. Or can we? Where was it again? It was... Well, why is this not in alphabetical order? No, it's just that software's at the top. What was it again? It was books and magazines. There is currently no market share other than Stars, who own 13% of the books market share. But, right. Illustration software and photo editing was not previously available, but now it is. Tell me more about it. GWC owns 100% of the market share for photo editing. They probably do the same for illustration software. No, the Skelly Syndicate do. We could produce our own software for it, but backwards integration like that's great if you have any incentive to do so. A good incentive would be they're charging too much, we could charge a lot less, or we need the better quality. But quality's all relative. If these are the only guys that have it and they're not going to charge us an arm and a leg for it, I think we can get into the manga industry. Paper is available, but where is paper available? Only on Seaport. If Seaport were to cut the flow of paper, we would need to immediately backwards integrate paper ourselves, so let's keep that in mind as a risk. Dye stuff is being made by Joja, Old Men and Ravens, so we'll just source the best quality one we can. Otherwise, we can do it. We can make comics, we can make books, magazines, newspapers, so let's do it. I miss seeing Henry's face. We all miss Henry. He might make a reappearance if one of the companies gets merged. Right, we need... what's the demand for it? Fortunately, I have a list here of demand. It's not shown in the game, but in the files you can see the demand for things. So when it comes to paper things, demands for comics is 8, books 11, magazines 15, newspapers 18. Yikes. I don't think that's mega factory level of demand, but it might be... what do we think? Maybe a medium factory for each of them? If we need more, we can make more medium factories, but then it complicates matters for moving around. We'll make large factories then. Factory, large factory, and I need 4 of them, because we're not backwards integrating. Everything for my booze is all done here, so I'll just make another chain of them here. A 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. You are going to be set up to make books. You are going to... Now, since I don't have any of this stuff going, or any of this stuff being made by me, I don't need to care so much about how I juggle things between warehouses and factories yet. Let's make ourselves another magazine lot here, and a newspaper lot here, and I want myself a warehouse. I'm starting to think I'd rather have medium warehouses than large warehouses. Medium warehouses are smaller, less footprint on the map, but large warehouses might create too much of a backlog, especially of completed products, especially when I want to have my better quality stuff on the market immediately. So let's slam you down here, and let's watch these factories operate. Hopefully they get up and running immediately. There's no good reason that they can't. While I'm at it though, let's make sure that our headquarters, where's our HQ again? Headquarter, make sure that training level is super maxed everywhere. What is this music? It's from Stronghold, of course. Everybody knows that. Okay, good. The goods are being made. We're probably not going to be competitive on the quality of it, so we need to get researching on the double. R&D Center, pretty please. The R&D Center's over here, so I know they're dealing with books. Just going to use that. I'm going to make sure that there are enough people to hire for this. Books and magazines, there are loads of people. So just hire everyone we can, and use the lesser known duplicate firm button. Da-ding, da-ding, da-ding. And then fill these up with books and magazines people. Books and magazines, hire everybody. And continue to hire everybody. Oh, running out of people here. Cool though. Could always headhunt, but... right, we want the best of the best working on our manga, so get those comics flowing. We'll keep it on 2 years. It'll be a while before we're competitive, but that's okay. There's always room for... newspapers next. There's always room for cheaper alternatives, right? There's a reason there's not just one newspaper in existence. I'm gonna put books at the very bottom. Who cares about books? Everybody do it for 2 years. So it'll take a wee while for our technology of stuff to be competitive, but at least it'll be out there. And I want them to flow into here, of course. Use that layout. Give myself 2 floors for it. And then make sure that it's coming in here. Linking up. Get rid of that. Not warehouse only. We want the comics coming in. We want the books coming in. We want the magazines coming in, not clips. And what's the last thing? Newspapers, of course. There we go. They'll all come in and out. Now, these shouldn't be on internal sale. I do not mind other people buying my crappy comics and such. So the comics we're making are just standard comics right now. As we do research, however, we'll be able to find out how to make manga. And you better believe we'll be making manga. No Western comics around here. Again, the reason for product specification can be to make a lower quality product to compete with your own higher quality product, so that you bring in people that both care about quality and price. They'll fight against each other, but I think it's the only way to really secure 100% market share. Might be wrong though. I haven't played around much with that. I want some advertising done here. I'm still going to use the newspapers for it. Actually, we haven't looked into how much people care about how these things are done. So, production tech matters most for all of them, but it really matters for newspapers. But the bigger question is, how much do people care about advertising? Is there an easier way to see that though? There's gotta be. I want to know how much people care about advertising for these products, but I never know an easy way to find it. Will we sell to suspiciously wealthy furries? They haven't made an appearance yet, but they may still. Jake's company can probably make a game better than that woeful punishment game he just played. I don't want to set too bad an image of that game. It looked mechanically interesting, but the game itself just did not inspire joy to play. Manufacturer's guide? No, it's not there. I know where I can find it. If I go onto the products themselves, it'll tell us how much it cares about. So if I go N for newspapers, I'm interested in how much brand matters. Brand matters 25% for you, huh? What about books? This is just asking me if I want to invest heavily in advertising for this. Books, 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 A-E-I-O. Oh yeah, books matter a lot for advertising. In that case, comics probably matter a lot for it as well. C-O... B-O-M... Oh yeah, okay, that answers our question straight away. We're going to supermax the advertising budget on all these goods then. There's no good reason not to. I wish I could automate advertising a bit better, but there's no way I'm handing over control of that right now. No type to find the row. You can only put in the first letter. If you wanted to put in C-O-M for comics, it would bring you down to M. In fact, we can show you that right away. I want to find beds. B-E-D. And it takes me over to DVD. Unfortunate, but again, this game's from the turn of the millennium. Okay. Right, let's sort this out though. I probably don't have any clients here. And I'm actually probably going to need to reduce my price if I want any clients, because our quality isn't good. In fact, we can look at the quality. The Stars books are quality 33. We need to be competitive with that. So... we'll make our quality about 40, shall we? None of them are on internal sale, right? Good, they shouldn't be. I'll leave the rest of these prices as they are to make decent quality. Well, your overall rating's 100? How does it cost so much to make these? Oh, wow. Magazines are expensive. Probably because... What am I paying through the nose for? Damn you, GWC. You're charging me outrageous amounts of money for your photo editors. Tell me more about it. Look at that. Pricing, it costs them 32 cents to make it, but they're charging $208 for it. Well, the things I go to, I might make a little bit of a loss on my magazines at that rate then. Oh well, what can you do? We'll just have to swallow that. So, these things need to be put out at cost. I doubt the cost is that much, but I should certainly be checking. The books cost us about $1.05, so books go down to about $1.05. The comics cost us $12.83. Yeah, I'm being price gouged here. And then those magazines cost me $214 to make. Wait, what, really? You can't be serious. No, I was looking at the wrong thing here. Costs us just shy of $11 to make. Wow, that ain't right. That ain't right. It's gonna hurt, but hey, it's for market share. And then there's newspapers. Newspapers are rags. They can't cost much to make. 76 though. This is a problem. This is why you might want to do backwards integration. If I had my own dye and my own paper, I wouldn't be paying through the nose for this stuff. How do you get off charging me so much for dye, Joja? It costs you suspiciously large amount. Ah, ha ha ha. So the reason that dye is so expensive is because you need oil to make dye. They have no choice but to buy my oil, and I fleece them. I fleece them so hard. Okay, hoisted by my own petard, eh? Well, that's okay. I will make back some of the money by hiking up my own price. I got a lot of clients for this, holy moly, right? They need to pay me the big bucks. The very big bucks, actually. This is some good quality oil. There we go. Okay. That might seem a little better, but still. I want to sell these at pretty much cost. Still, we need a bookstore to be selling all this stuff at, provided it's being stored in our warehouse. Yeah, they're all available. There is a bookstore, right? Tools, gas, toy, furniture, pizzeria, fast food, bookshop, books and magazines. I want to find another good expensive place to set myself up at. 72 is good. Crunch. Welcome to the Silver Surplus Bookshop. Again, we'll use this and we'll link you up with our warehouses for books, comic books, magazines, and I'll use this again. Newspapers, but there's such a huge demand for newspapers, I'm going to put in newspapers again, and then I'm going to put in magazines again, because those are the highest demand ones. And then I'll put Doc Spengler in charge so that he can adjust prices accordingly. Let's hope that works. Maybe you can leave a bad review on the photo software, force a price drop. Actually, the clever thing to do would be to make our own, but backwards integrating software. Bit of a high hurdle. Not that high, it's easy enough if you have lots of money, and that's one thing we do have right now. It's going to be a shame if anybody takes control of this oil field. I don't want them to, because if somebody else can produce oil, they're going to undercut me. Their oil would be lower quality, of course, because our oil is 75, and the oil down here is 50. But again, cheaper is an alternative. Sometimes a very good alternative. Right. Let's hope you're doing God's work now. Red wine supply is not meeting up with demand. Same with white wine. I suspect that's a throughput issue rather than a production issue. Look at these guys. They actually need more. They're working flat out and it's not enough. So I'm going to add another place for all the wine types, actually. Funnily enough, vermouth is not high in demand. What was the demand level for vermouth? Vermouth is demand level 1. Red wine is demand level 12, so yeah, a little different. Purchase, purchase, sale, 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 link, link, link. Send link. And then let's make sure that we bring in that wine. More red wine. More sparkling wine. And... What was the last type of wine? White wine. Again, I only drink plum wine, so I'm not familiar with these. I had red wine once before. Well, I've had it a few times, but it gives me a headache when I drink it. And it tastes nasty, so not into my wine. Can you buy the land where the oil sits? No, you cannot. You are forbidden from buying the land just around a supply, because then you could just buy the land and no one else can take it. If I actually straight up put down an oil well here, the game will actually spawn more oil, and then you're constantly chasing it. I thought I could be a massive troll and just take over all of the raw goods, but the game spawns more of them if the player does that. Maybe it does it if the AI does it as well, I'm not actually that sure. I wish I could turn it off spawning more of them though, because I'd like to have limited places, yet unlimited supply in them. You're supposed to drink a glass, not a bottle if you don't want to. Not that kind of headache. It wasn't a, oh, I'm hungover headache. It was a, oh, what I've just eaten is actively hurting my head thing. Which doesn't happen often. Okay, it seems these mega factories are overkill for a lot of things. It wouldn't be if I was making it for 5 or 7 or 20 cities. But for just one city, I don't think we're ever going to need a mega factory. Especially not one for Cork. What was I thinking? There's almost no demand for Cork, and yet I've put a mega factory into it. Anyway, I'm keen on knowing how exactly our products are performing here. That's not great market share, but they're just fledgling right now. Oh god, look at that. Who's beating us black and blue here? Stars is. Ours are better quality though. We have equal amount of brand, and we're chasing them on quality, probably due to our pricing. Yeah, look, we are the cheap crap alternative. So, they're doing the real Twilight, and we're doing those knockoff Twilights that you see only sold in WH Smiths and airports. You know what I'm talking about, don't pretend that you don't. I put my bookstore, here we go. Silver Surplus Bookshop. Nobody wants our comics. Nobody wants our comics. Ah, because I told you to never sell, but wait, our overall product quality rating is negative 98. Right, Spengler, new thing, you are allowed to sell below costs. I don't mind selling these things at a loss if we can start securing market share. I dread to think the levels we have to sell them at though, but this is all because that software is so expensive. Yeah, look at that. No one's gonna pay $10 for a magazine. I need to do something about this. This is unacceptable. Okay, we need to make our own. We really need to make our own. It'll take a bit of time, but we'll do it. What we need is... Wow, we actually don't meet the demand for magazine? No, that's just because the warehouse is drinking it up, right? Of course it is. Okay. This is kind of bad. So what do? We stop and we think. GWC photo editing is too expensive. And... illustration software is too expensive. We need to make our own. So for that, we actually need our own software companies. We will have a software company for... Oh man, there's no predefined stuff. Dang it all. How are software companies normally laid out again? 2 loads of tech, programming and managing. Gotcha. Management and programming. And then the rest are filled up with tech. Hopefully there's enough people to get in for this. What are the things that I need anyway? Oh, this will be problematic if it's more than what I have. Illustration software. We can go into digital guide, software guide. Illustration software requires 2D drawing and 2D graphics. 2D graphics and 2D drawing engine. Get ourselves somebody working here and somebody working here, and get working on it, please. Ooh, is there a minimum amount of tech that I need for this? I don't know, I don't want to spend 2 years waiting on it, but I think there's a minimum tech level you need. Yeah, my tech is 0 and I require 20. 2D graphics only requires 10 though. Could I purchase some of this technology? Acquire technology, 2D drawing from Skelly Syndicate. We're not interested in selling. Yeah, figures they wouldn't be. 2D graphics, on the other hand, I might be able to get Skelly Syndicate or even GWCs. Hey, there we go. Got ourselves a good jump up in 2D graphics. I should see what other technology I need for this. Isn't spawning more oil a good idea? Take out a competitor who has a good market share for oil? I'm not sure what you mean. I have the market share for oil. I don't want anyone else getting more oil. What was the other software that I needed, by the way? It was photo editor, wasn't it? Well, I just got 2D graphics, but I need photo editing technology. Photo editing technology. GWC has it. Oh, wow. GWC is very generous. They just sold it to me straight up. That's very nice. I still want that other tech, though. It was that 2D drawing engine, wasn't it? What if I offer you a lot of money? Like 10 million. Yeah, Brelix does not need money. Damn you, Brelix. Alright, 2D drawing engine we need on the double. And the minimum tech for the 2D drawing is 20. So we're going to go to here and actually say... I don't want to wait 2 years. Really do not want to wait 2 years. What I could actually do is set myself up another R&D center here. And this R&D center, I don't have a preset for it, but I will make one. Tech R&D. Balls to the wall on this one. This is such a desperation move, but I don't want to be spending all this money on other people's programs. What am I doing again? 2D drawing engine. Is it not available here? Did I hire everybody available for 2D drawing engines? A little confused now. Let's check something here. It's available here, but not available here. Maybe they can't do tech R&D. Maybe they can only do tech here. Huh. It's possible. In which case I've just wasted my time with you. If that's the case, then I want these guys instead. And I need... Can I get it done in just a few months? What if I connect them all up like so? 1 year. I can spare 1 year to get my 2D tech drawing up there. You can make software companies that only do research, like an R&D center. Yeah, probably what I should have done, but this is how this is now. Which means I might want you to do tech for not the 2D drawing, but the other part of this. Because you're going to constantly make this software once there's anything new to do. Auto is immediately on. So. Yeah, well, you can't do anything there. 2D drawing engine, and you're just going to be nothing but 2D graphics. Wait, didn't I have you set up for that? Yeah, I can just do 2D graphics right here. Huh, that's strange. Don't know why that's available here, but not the 2D drawing engine. Bizarre, but I'll take it. You're working on the 2D graphics. Which means you can actually do the other thing. What was the other thing that I was needing done? The photo editing software. Photo editor needs the 2D graphics, but then you need photo editing tech. So what I can do is have this stuff just set on the 2D photo editing tech. Hire all for photo editing tech. And then I have you with a product management and tech programming. No, project programming. Hire somebody here, hire somebody here, and they will automatically get to work on it. But can't you do this immediately? Yeah, photo editor. Immediately get to work on it. Ooh. It is photo editor I need, by the way, right? Silver surplus photo edit. Yeah, there we go. Looks about right. Then once we have that going, we'll be able to use it in our own factory. It's going to take a year before I can start making my own, the other thing here, but we'll get on that. Alright. For a while, we'll be selling this stuff at a loss, but then once we have our own better stuff, it won't be such a loss. Oh, okay, little tricky, but we got there. I had fun telling a colleague to install GIMP. Nobody wants to install GIMP. Okay, insurance rate's going up even more. Probably a sign of the boom time. Boom time, rather. Just hearing boom makes me want to play Doom. Looking forward to that weekly one-shot next week. Finally trying my hand against... try my hand against Plutonia, well and truly. Wondering if I should be paying off this loan right now. I'll get rid of this one at least. So now I only have one loan with you. We make Boon Dollar. It's just a question of how to make Boon Dollar into even more dollar. I installed GIMP on a new computer. I like GIMP. I use paint.net. And if there's something that I need even better tools for, that's when Photoshop comes out. But only then. I'm not good enough with Photoshop. Go figure, next to the soccer field everybody's drinking down the wine, the whiskey and the beer. Demand for beer isn't quite as high as I thought it would be. I thought loads of people would be wanting my beer. Our rating's really high, our prices are reasonable. The old men have put out a new roller paintbrush. Real World's really got a whole lot going for it. I might be in the same boat as Pandy. Real World, I thought it was just more for the sake of more. And it is, but I'm drawn in by it. I like the fact that there's so much. The base game, vanilla, just doesn't have so much anymore. It's got, ooh, you have snack. You have milk. But here it's, which of the 14 types of cheese would you like? And it's kind of exciting in a way. Right, once our silver surplus photo edit is available, we're going to need to package it up. Or we could go digital. It's a little early to go digital. Might want to wait for other people to broaden the market, but then that means they're established in the market, and I wouldn't like that. Doc Spengler asking for yet more money. I do wish he would stop doing that. I should also consider if I want to be getting in on the paper, but that might be a little bit too much backward integration. No one's going to charge an arm and a leg for paper, right? Plus, we get our paper cheaply enough from the seaport. Cheaply and crappily enough. What even is the quality of that? It's quality 47 paper, pretty poor, but I don't think anyone really cares about the paper. What about the DVDs? Do we get DVDs from the Seaport still? We do, and the DVDs are quality 53. Those 1996 DVDs. Yeah, I liked EU3 Mayo. It's all I played after a while. What? Oh, crikey, I didn't actually have you guys doing your R&D. Every 2 years. Get us some new 2D graphics, please. We have just put forward antifreeze. That must be the lubricant, right? Where's the lubricant at? Yeah, there we go. We just managed to turn our lubricant into anti-freezing lubricant. We can mix that with the wine. Girl t-shirt has just been launched by the Ravens. The fabled me. I'm not going back to play EU3, that's a painful thing. I think it was a punishment game for a while. Ooh, demand for magazines suspiciously high. But I still think that's just the... Yeah, I think it's just still you taking it in on the warehouse. Oh, well, it's actually possible that someone's buying it. No, it's not. Nobody wants to buy our overpriced magazines. I'm just making a loss on those. It's probably a bad idea to have it right now. Should have thought more about backwards integrating the software. Being at the mercy of someone else's software to make my magazines is a bit tough for us. However, where's that bookstore of ours? Here it is. The bookstore is making a loss, unfortunately, because we're selling these. Yeah, we're selling these at a loss, a pretty big loss. But we're selling books at a small markup. It's not as big a markup as I'd like it to be because we have to compete against actual competition, the one thing I can't stand up against. Yeah, see, there's lots of demand for our magazines. We own so much of the market share, but we're making a loss because we have to spend so much on the technology for it. New cheese. I don't know what Asiago cheese tastes like. Maybe I've had it, maybe not. I had a lot of cheese when I was in Edinburgh because it was a really nice fromagerie. Swedes don't understand the concept of nice cheese. It's kind of sad. Still gotta wait in our 2D drawing engine. Okay. Whilst that's happening, we can take a lovely look at how our competition is doing. Stock price is perhaps the more important part. So we see ourselves and our subsidiaries still doing a bit crap, but Gius is doing well, as expected. Communism, we should have invested in communism. Somebody even told me to and we didn't, and they've gone to the moon. Generally speaking, everybody's supermooning now. Relatively speaking, that is. Even my bakeries are, after I did horrible things to them. Bullworth are not, and then there are the private corporations. GWC has got to be one of the best. Because they own the operating system market. They got more cash than I do, and their net worth is rather inflated. Investing in communism sounds like an oxymoron. Well, they seem to be doing all right for themselves. We actually own a fair bit. When Lobby's got on a 12 million going there. Shouldn't it show all the stuff that I own? Oh right, looking at the wrong one. There we go. We own a fair chunk of a bunch of companies, but they've sold so many stocks that their price is going way down. In fact, if I thought Bullworth were going to bounce back, this would be an ideal time to buy into them. Everyone else is doing well, but Bullworth is not. Let's take a look and see what Bullworth is up to. So Howie is completely failing with this company. Their profit's starting to spike. Why is that? Word processor technology. Looks like they've just recently broken into that market. That's where all of their profit's coming from. I wasn't aware they were a technological company. It says they're into all, but I that software company that they've got. I think that's going to bring them relatively to the moon. Let's get behind them. Let's believe that their super software can do it. Yeah, I think they're about to come on the up. So, their stock is relatively cheap for me to buy, and I can get it straight from the public shareholder. No need to tangle. And I'm also going to be artificially pumping up their stock price with this. How much do I want to buy? I mean, there's no. If I think it's good, I should be going all in. And I do think it's going to be good. There we go. Might even haggle somebody else for it. The rat owns a fair bit of it. Are you willing to sell? He's willing to sell for more than I'm willing to pay, but I bet it'll be worth more than that later on. Nah, forget it. I'll sit around at 42% of the company. If they sell more shares publicly, I can pick those up. Diamond hands, Jake. I don't know what that term means. Cheese is great, as long as it doesn't have cranberries or raisins in it. I don't particularly like putting things into my cheese. Maybe walnuts would be nice. Or nuts in general. Well, soft nuts, not hard nuts. I just love me some good cheese. Okay, we almost have our photo editor ready to rock and roll, but I do need to set up a factory to actually produce that stuff. Diamond hands means hold the stock. Okay, why? Don't think I understand that phrasing there. There's an option to go into the internet, but maybe I'll avoid that for a wee bit. Internet is good money. Alibaba exists. How's Alibaba doing? Took a while, but they're starting to turn a profit. Oh, it's Nugget! Nugget with Khrushchev's studios once again. He did some questionable choices earlier on, but his e-commerce is starting to take off. With their own video editing software. I thought Diamond Hands was a cry for help for people who take the internet BS far too seriously. I could see that. It's a little bit of a shame that Nugget isn't selling nuggets. You're apparently a diversified with expertise in sports and equipment. Products include almonds, apples, lobsters, peaches. No chicken though. They're the one on the schnapps. That's a little bothersome. Schnapps is one of the only type of alcohol that I'm not in on, and I actually don't know why. Why am I not in on that? When it comes to our alcoholic bevies, we have access to everything that we need to make schnapps. I'm not into rum either, because there's no access to cocoa. I think I forwent the sugary options. Rum takes 10 times more sugar than schnapps. Not too worried about it. Our dominance in alcohol is pretty up there. Geas Industries bringing out a portable air conditioner. I've been told how bad those are, but I still believe in them. Okay. There will be a new company joining us because Cerberus and Fixit have just merged. Wasn't I behind Cerberus? As in, yeah, I own some Cerberus. I own 2.7% of Cerberus, and my stock is now worth 550% more than when I bought it at. Excellent. But let's be diamond-handed with that. There's no need for me to sell that for a quick buck, because we have plenty of regular bucks coming on in. So Cerberus have just demolished somebody. We'll be alerted soon that somebody else is joining the fray. It'll show up down here when they do. If you notice it before I do yell and let me know. Alright, there we go. We've actually made our crappy quality photo editor. Kind of wishing I'd got an alert about that. So, we actually need to make some. We'll just make ourselves a wee factory next to it. And you will be doing software. You will make our photo editor software. Why is there not an auto-producey thing? Normally there's a setup factory, but I'm not seeing setup factory here. Do I have to do it manually? Seems bizarre. None of these you can just automatically put in. I mean, it's no skin off my nose. I can just copy over another factory's layout. What is needed for it? Paper and... well, what needs two things coming in? It's only timber itself for cork. Trying to think of something that only needs two ingredients to copy a factory for. Ah yes, barley and aluminium is all that's needed here. So let's just take it in how it's needed. 4 units, £1 of paper. So DVD paper. So purchasing. I want you to purchase in from anyone, anywhere. I need paper. Thank you, Seaport. And I want you to get me the dividend. I want you to also get me the dividend. And then it's manufac. Wait, how do they... oh, because I was meant to choose it from here, that's why. Okay. Well, they got it done for me. Thank you kindly. Software product. That doesn't look very enticing there, does it? Okay, now we've got it. Which means I want you to source directly from here. I don't think I'm going to faff around with shoving it into warehouses, because there's no point keeping loads of old useless photo editor stuff. So just sell this at your ridiculous... that's a lot of markup. But I don't want it to be on internal sale, do I? But I also don't want to pay so much markup for it. That's difficult, because I want other people to buy it off of me for that high price. What I could actually do is really reduce the price so that we're competitive on the market with other better products. Wait, no, we're the only one, aren't we? No, that's somebody else entirely. Let's have a look at the competition here. Their quality 59 with GWC stuff. It's better than ours. So let's make ours $250 to be better rated. It cares a little bit about brand, not to the point where I'm going to advertise it, I think. Or should I? I'll do a little bit of advertising. Just to get a bit of brand in there. Otherwise, that's the photo editor stuff. And now we're going to link you up with our own photo editor stuff. At least this way. I think, yeah, it is just coming in as silver surplus stuff. It's still going to cost a lot to make these magazines, but at least that money is going straight back into here. And then when you come into here, I want those magazines coming out at a really reduced rate. Because this is just on internal sale. I need something of a competitive rating here. There you go. But I still want these going out. Oh, that's still too much to be selling to others, isn't it? But it costs us so much to make them. I could just... no, I want to be able to sell this to other people as well, though, don't I? Not sure if we'll get many clients. It might even be better to put this into a factory, but I don't want the factory to hold much of it. Difficult choice. If we warehouse it one day, we can landfill it like that ET game. It's hilarious that actually ended up being true. It's great when one of those old wifey tales actually end up being completely true. Oddly enough, I don't actually sell my own software. I could set up a store that sells that software. I could also set up e-commerce for it. It's probably better that I actually end up selling it myself. I don't want to rely on just others. In fact, that's what I can do. I can set it to internal sale at low price. And what I'm doing is saying that I will never be letting other people get my photo editing tech. So I can actually just sell that at cost, pretty much. Well, that's as close to cost as I can do. set it for internal sale only, and then I'm going to set up my own shop for selling it. Where can it be sold? Here we go. General Department, Electronics or Computer Store. Don't know if Electronics or Computer Store is better. Electronics or Computer Store. Computer Store is pretty big at 3x3. Electronic store is pretty big at 3x3. If you have 3 or more of the same type of store, you get bonuses. Is it really 3 or more? Well, this one's up at 105, so I think it is pretty good. Which one sells more types of things? Electronic store, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different types. Computer store, only 3 types. Why would I ever not want electronics over computer store? Software, comm device, computer. Software, comm device. Ah, computer store is the only one that actually sells computers themselves. Fascinating. I think it's a bonus on the consumer traffic index if you have multiple of the same type of store. Right, I need to find a good place to put this. It's a little big. Oh, this is a good place. 63. I have to mow down some people's family homes, but that's business. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do much hotter than 60 something there. Yep, give it to me. 63. And then... Purchase, purchase, sell, 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 link, 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 and link some more, because I want my own Silver Surplus photo editor. I'm not going to connect those right now, and I will put Spengler in charge to set the price. Because Spengler can do a better... No, don't. No, you idiot. Don't buy somebody else's thing to sell here. Well, actually, it might not be the worst thing, but I will switch that out later on. Don't like Spengler making these choices. We're advertising somebody else's... What's that, some kind of restaurant empire game? I guess as long as we make a profit on it. But oh, we have to do a price agreement. We're barely making money off of that. I don't think anybody particularly wants our photo editor at $400. Maybe you should reduce the price, Spengler. There we go. Get in there with a cheap alternative. I love this. Pie charts. Who doesn't love pie charts? That's what Vicky's all about, at least. Let's make sure that everybody is doing Supermax training. Can you make Capitalism 3? It'd be good to see a modern capitalism game. Has to be done by people that actually care about the game, though. Do we have good tech on? No, I still have to wait for this to be done. All the while, these people are sitting around taking money from me. Scamorza, people are really getting in on that cheese. I feel like I saw a question earlier, and even if I didn't, I'm going to imagine that I saw it. And the question is, what's to stop there being rampant inflation? If inflation ever gets so high that something becomes worth 1/1000th of what it was, there will suddenly be a new currency issued that resets it all back down. So that stops everything ballooning out of control, at least too far out of control. Cash grab, mobile capitalism 3. No, don't give it the Roller Coaster Tycoon treatment, please, or the Dungeon Keeper treatment. Damn you, Atari, there's nothing that they won't dig up and do horrible things to, is there? I didn't think 6.6 was a good interest rate, but all things considered, might not be that bad for me right now. Newcomer! The custom nation of Prome has joined the competition. We can find them probably at the bottom. here we go, Prome. Now, people that join newly are at a massive disadvantage. They don't have anything set up. They've got no technologies. I feel bad for them. I'd be a lot happier if newcomers just got, I don't know, maybe got the average level of tech. Coming in late when everybody else has done research, how are you even meant to break into the market? And on top of that, they don't get more money than anybody else, so inflation actually works against them. It's really sad. Newcomers are shafted, and I don't know how to change that in the game. In any case, it is our beloved Princess Beatrice from Rune Factory 5 who's in charge of Prome. I don't think she's going to do very well. It's probably not even worth buying out any stock in her. Even though her stock is going to be mega cheap. Look at that. Just starts out and goes way down. Is there anybody who... Wow, some people are doing really rather well. But it's starting to get to the point where it's a serious investment to buy out other people's stock. There are still some cheapos out there if I really think I want to get in. And I might not be too opposed to getting in on the banks. Stock overview of Medibay places them at something like $50 each. Who else is into banking? Must be a second banking company. Where are they at? Ah, the Zunis Church. Nicky's actually pretty terrible at banking, but he is making profit. No, I should wait for the crunch before I buy into the banks. Then their profit's going to go way down and it'll be easier to snaffle up. In theory, newcomers could be high-tech to symbolize new companies and fresh innovation. I don't know how to change that, though, in the game. I'm not even sure if you can change that in the game. The way game spawns things like new companies, new resources, I don't think you have any agency over that, even if you go modding. Right. I want to put a little bit of thought into politics. The current term for the mayor of Grimsby, Pajama Sam, is until 1999, so probably in mid-1998 we should... Actually, why don't we establish our own political party right now? There's the Workers' Party, led by Jock Dongle, real man of the people. Members of them are the Lieutenant Mysterious BR, Old Engineer Gunnar Scrooge McDuck, and Mayor Pajama Sam. But then there's the Liberal Party, head by Motonari Mori, with someone's cat Molly, Lelouch Chris, and El Coro. We need our own political party. Chat, I need a name for a political party. I'm not going to have any real-world political parties, though, but there are plenty of logos to... Well, actually, there's not as many as I thought to choose from. A lot of fists in these. That looks all very nice and happy. Definitely not what we want here. This one's got a C in it. So I quite like the capitalism ho. Perhaps not with caps lock on. Capitalism hose? No, just capitalism ho. There we go. So this is now our political party. It cost me 20 million to set it up, and I can donate in. Immediately, FG's and Moss Morris has joined in. The reason I wanted to set it up early is so that we get a chance to bring more people in. Although, come to think of it, that's only relevant if you have a lot of cities. Okay, it was a waste of time setting it up early, but it's done now. Der Führer's Funhouse. There is no Führer in this run. It's a shame, because I quite liked having Hitler on the roster when we first played this, but we have a lot of characters, and it's only a random assortment gets picked out. There are some that are not random, though, and those are the top 100 billionaires. We've got some familiar faces here. Shitatsu Sho, TBW, Virtual Bart, Pizzarific, Lord Chutney, Jagger and Klimpen. Oh, hey, I'm making the list. Apparently I'm a billionaire. Probably because it's counting the value of my company and my stocks in that. So, we got rich people here. These are all the local billionaires. I'm on the list, but I'm bottom of the list. Shitatsu Sho, TBW, Soup Dog, Bart, and Mistress Dark, all better than me. It's also very important that we save and save often. Real World Longplay, 005. There's no way it's going to get to triple digits, but feels good. Right, could we please make some software here? I need to wait another month and a half. I like the double meaning of capitalism, ho. I think it's only one meaning unless we put an E on the end there. Look at this. Giant nerd Carter is moving in us. Oh, right, no, I thought it said he's making Baileys. He's not making Baileys here. What is he making? He's manufacturing brass. Why would he want brass? What is brass used for? I don't know. Probably easier to go C and go up. Don't belt copper plates. Must be a mid-product. We can check on the manufacturer's guide. Semi-product, I believe it calls them. Semi-product of brass is used for making faucets and door handles, bugles, and... You can make saxophones? God, Real World has it all. We're managing to make champagne as well. Okay, we passed the time. Now I can finally make my own product for the comics here. So we're going to begin... What did we want for it again? I thought I paused the game. Stop yelling at me. Illustration software. Finally. Our tech level is not high enough to make any of these, so we'll just use the standard. Silver surplus illustrate. Oh, I should have called it Illustrajon. Missed opportunity. You want to make 13 different types of cheese and a saxophone? We've got the mod for you. I feel bad for opening this whole campaign by saying, ooh, I don't really like Real World, but we'll give it a shot anyway, because I'm being won over here. More is more. That's something that the audio director at Paradox taught me, and he was right. More is more. But sometimes more is too much. This time, though, I don't think so. Our book tech is kind of crappy. Can I not headhunt somebody who's good with books? No one's available. Headhunt. We could steal somebody from Stars. We could steal their book tech people, but I think their loyalty is too high. Oh, well, no. What is loyalty? There we go. We stole them. Excellent. Once that R&D is done in 6 months, they'll start working on this with us. Swell. Your own people can be headhunted as well, though, so you want to make sure that they keep getting their money. I'm not going to raise their salaries. You can break the salaries, you can actually make the salaries negative. They'll leave quite quickly, but if you bring it negative enough, you could make millions off of them before they leave. Of course, we're not at the point where millions matter much. We are almost at the point of billions, and we're 7 years in. How's that newly established shop doing? Also, where is it? It's hard to see things. Is it Control F? Something gets rid of these. It's easier if I just go My Firms and scroll through them, or I can just go to Computer Store. No, it wasn't Computer Store, was it? It was Software Store. Wasn't it? What kind of store was it? Electronics? Now I'm confused. Probably be easier if I just find it here, wherever I put it. Come on, eyes, help me out in my hour of need. Where in the world did I put that firm of mine? I have many different ways I could search for it, but I'm just trying to see it here. Oh well, when in doubt. Go for myself. Locate my firms. Locate my retail stores. Here it was a computer store. And it's... Oh, okay, it was behind the Blessed Bank. Okay, so it's only barely profitable here. But the quality of our photo editor is pretty high because we're charging so little for it. This price agreement paralyzes us with this. But don't worry, soon we'll have... soon we'll get rid of the restaurant empire and do something else. I'm going to seize direct control and stop the purchase of that. Hopefully sell off what we have here. And then when our software is ready, I'll be pumping that in. It's a few months until it's ready, but then I'll set up a wee factory for it. We are our only client for this. As well we should be. Brand quality for it's pretty low, but what are you going to do? Who would have thought watching a spreadsheet game could be so peaceful? Peaceful silence, says Neef. Peaceful silence? Don't tell me you've muted it. I'm certainly not muted for once. Okay. Seems agreeable, especially all the money that's coming in. I'm going to clear that loan of mine. No sense paying off millions when I don't have to. And soon the question is going to be, which market do we get into next? But I want to make sure that we are doing all right on this market. We have actually managed to kick market dominance away from stars and take it for ourselves, probably to aggressive marketing more than anything else. Not marketing. Our brand is slightly weaker than theirs, but aggressive markups perhaps. Selling ours cheaply is working out. But what's the quality of our books versus theirs? Yeah, actually, the quality of my books is quite low, but we are just about to get the leg up in that. We're about to go up to quality 54 on the tech. Can't speak for the materials, but tech at least will be there. The comics and the newspapers, though, they're going to get some real tech. We're going to hire people that can actually spell to write in our newspapers. So we're not going to go full-on hot fuzz here. Shame that dye stuff is so expensive. Wait, why is the dye stuff not connecting here? Maybe I deleted that. But we own the newspaper market. That feels good. Other people are selling our newspapers, but I suppose that's not a problem, because they're bringing it out of the factory at high cost. Actually, it should be higher cost, shouldn't it? Why am I only selling them for that? If people are willing to buy my news... Actually, let's check this. Pause the game and have a look. Bakeries, for example, are selling our newspapers at a price agreement with us, so they have to sell it for the same price that we set our sales at. And we set our sales at... Well, we can see it. It was 112 or whatever. My question is, should we be selling it at 112? We'll be certainly setting the price a lot higher once the quality goes up. But the thing is, my friends shouldn't be making so much of a markup on it, so we need to go back to our newspaper factory and make sure that they barely get any markup on it. Curiously, nobody wants to buy our magazines. What about our comic books? And just us, because our comic books are still absurdly expensive to make because we are importing Skelly Syndicate's tech for, software for it. But that's okay, this is us just getting the market share at a loss. Once we have that market share, we'll be able to produce our own cheaper homemade comics and probably even charge them more for it. Nobody wants our books, that's fine though. You'd be reclaiming part of the expense of the dyes with your oil profit. That's why I'm not too concerned about the price of the dyes that I'm bringing in, because everybody is at the mercy of my oil. And they're still buying the oil. Look at that markup. This is just on the raw goods. You don't often see such good profit coming in from the raw place. Which tells me if they're willing to pay that, then surely they're willing to pay that. If there's no other oil firm for me to compete with, then this is okay. And still nobody is mining out the other oil. Mining out. What would you call it for an oil well? You wouldn't say welling it out. Jings, you wouldn't think I'm from the northeast of Scotland. Should know these things. I don't have any outstanding loans or bonds at Cronny. As soon as our dominance is assured when it comes to our comic books, we're going to be moving on to another industry. We're just a little shy of making manga, but in just over 2 years we'll have the technology to make manga, and we will. Oil. Sounds like a certain company needs some freedom. One thing that'll kick me in the teeth a little bit is that eventually this oil will run dry. How much oil is there here? There's 10 million barrels of oil in the ground here. Once that's gone, You can continue to extract the oil, but at an increased price. I think the price actually goes up a lot. It might even go up to $50 or $60. I think it might even triple. So I better be ready for that and make sure that everybody's paying me in advance for those costs. I'm the one taking most of the oil, but it's just going to the warehouse. The warehouse will report a loss, but it doesn't matter because I'm paying myself. It's no big deal. Ah, that's an easy way to just show my firms. What was that? Control F. Control F is what I wasn't pushing. So I should go Control F if I just want to see my own firms. That'll make life easier for me. What will the topic of this manga be? Well, it's a question for chat, isn't it? But we're 2 years away from making manga right now, sadly. Oh, sadly. Maybe it's better that manga stays where it belongs. I wonder if I'm doing a little bit too much advertising on my fruits at this point. See, I am paying through the... Yeah, I'm paying like $1 million a month just for these 2 berries. Strawberries, another... So I'm paying $1.5 million a month. I don't think I make $1.5 million a month off of this. Oh, well, it's not that bad. It's almost there, and I am getting the brand. I might lower that just to try to maintain my brand rather than continue to increase it, because that means I'm selling my fruit at a loss. Yeah. Wrong place. We do our advertising from the warehouses. It's just easier that way. I throw all my losses on the warehouses so it doesn't taint the money that I make elsewhere. Do we do advertising on our booze? Actually, I don't think I do advertising on all of my booze. Wait, why am I not doing... Oh my god, right. Booze needs branding. And we sell a lot of booze, so booze is worth the branding. There we go. And at this point, I think I'm actually going to hire a CMO, Chief Marketing Officer. Budget for all advertising units can be set here. But let's pause and see if we can find somebody. We want to find somebody who is... got marketing expertise. So, Chris K. Uben. Dissident Tropican. Lucky is good at marketing, apparently. Barry Burton is. Frozen Kaiser. A lot of good marketing people. Well, I turn to chat. Frozen Kaiser, Barry Burton, Lucky, Dissident Tropican, Uben, or Chris K. I can't hire a venture capitalist. And I can't hire someone who's already a CEO, so Doom Guy's out of the question. Not sure Frozen Kaiser's around here. He'd probably appreciate being brought in on this. I also have no idea if marketing actually affects this. Surely Kaiser to make up for his time out. Yeah, I feel bad for that right now. Let's bring him back in. He is there. Wait, I think this autocomplete is working differently from how it did before. Why does it want me to start a goal? Go away. Oh god, it's not working now. Why is this not working anymore? Twitch, stop changing things. Get away. Wait, when I tabbed autocomplete Frozen Kaiser, it puts in square brackets. What are you doing here? For some reason, it just doesn't want to autocomplete anymore. They also changed how tagging works. For some reason, it doesn't work. Okay, it is so weird. Twitch, I can't even put enter here. There we go. God, the world is conspiring to keep Frozen Kaiser out of here. Yeah, I don't know what the hell they were thinking with autocomplete. Okay, Frozen Kaiser, let's bring you back in. Hire you as our CMO. He wants a lot of money. Oh, that's fine, we have a lot of money. I want you to automatically change all advertising, but you don't get to choose what we advertise. I don't want you to choose the media firm. Oh wait, you choose media firm and advertising budget. I just want you to do the budget. Oh well, whatever. I want to target maximum branding level. Prefer our own and subsidiary marketing firms, but not only. I need to look into that stuff because I use autocomplete a lot for people's names. Let me see, what if I put in Zingus? That'll work, but if I wanted to say timeout, why is it immediately putting in square brackets username? I want timeout Zingus and it puts in timeout square bracket username. Oh my Christ almighty. Twitch, why? Anyway, don't want to get too distracted away from the capitalism here. We should be well on our way to... Here we go! Actually, we've made it. We made it a while ago and... wow, actually over a year ago. Should have been using this stuff. Right, comics. Enough of this Skelly Syndicate illustration. We want our own stuff. Oh, but I need to have a factory produce it or else we are scuppered, aren't we? Yes, we do. Not retail store, factory, small factory, produce us illustration version 1, bring in all those goods, make the stuff, and I want these sold at cost internally. Come on, where's it at? There we go. Internal sale, pretty much at cost. And then, let's make sure that you're linked up with that. And then all of a sudden making comics is going to be a much cheaper affair. It's going to be a little easier to actually sell these to others. That's going to be once we get through all these existing units here. And they'll be stacked up and eventually put out. Excellent. Shame about the price being so high still for the cost, but once we work through all the units here, it'll be alright. Ah, well, I'm glad that's finally sorted. We should have a quick check over our firms to make sure everything is profitable. All by us. No, retail stores by us. Took a while for that bookstore to not be turning a loss, but that's okay. Ah, of course. I need to make sure that our computer store is not buying in Restaurant Empire, and I'm just going to clear out the Restaurant Empire stock. You're instead going to be linked up and buying in the Silver Surplus. And Doc Spengler, you can choose the prices now. I'm sure you'll find a good price for it. Why is there advertising being done here? Do not link that. Oh, what if my CMO is linking advertising in my shops? Oh no. Oh no! No, don't! Don't do advertising in the shops. We want to do that in our warehouses. Damn it, CMO. I just want you to change the levels of it, not actually do more of it. I'm not sure if that's possible. I might have to just deal with the fact that they're going to be doing advertising from our stores. Does that mean you change advertising budgets in my warehouses? Because it doesn't look like they've changed these at all. Yeah, I think these are still where I set them at. Maybe the CMO only changes it for retail stores, which is a damn shame. Oh well, I'll live with it. Hear the music, wood needed. Not enough wood, my lord. Stronghold was great. Well, still is great. So these guys are going to continue to make new versions of the software whenever it's available. And then that's going to bulk up the quality of my own stuff here. I don't have clients for it. But that's way too much to be charging for these anyway. I need to bring that right down to actually attract some clients and push out the some of the stock. What's the overall quality expected around here? 58. So if I put these out at quality 63, they're going to be a bit more appealing. 30, 38, 52. 52 is good enough. Right, so a bit of a hiccup with our magazines and comics, but after a bit of backwards integration, it should prove to be even more profitable. No problem with the newspapers, although... Oh, I do have clients. And look at the markup they're doing on my newspapers. This is unacceptable. Markup of 30% over my dead body. 10% markup, not a single bit more. How about the books? Nobody's buying my books. Oh, that's because Stars is making their own, isn't it? Yeah, Stars. Stars do better quality books, but I have better branding. Which is starting to make me worry a little bit. Maybe if my CMO doesn't change the advertising budget inside warehouses, then this is money that's just being lost. That might be an oversight for how CMOs are set up with the new advertising thing, I'm not sure. It's weird. I can always check, I can just ping them on the Discord and that, but look at that, the CMO's setting advertising for 0% on these, but CMO is not changing advertising budget here. That's a shame. Okay, I'm just going to stop advertising from warehouses, and I will rely on my CMO to do advertising from the shops. I don't like that, but I'd rather have it automated worse than have to manually take care of it better. Just taking a quick look at supply and demand. Supply isn't quite reaching demand for white wine. God, there's an insatiable demand for wine around here. And it's only going to go up as there are more places. I even have another floor here for wine. It's white wine and red wine that's largely not meeting it, so what I can actually do is do this again. Purchase, purchase, sale, 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 link, 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 and get another bit of warehouse only red wine and warehouse only white wine. Okay. No problem. Twitch does not like to twitch often. For example, my input box is not expanding when I type. Yeah. We've done the unthinkable and tried to change something that works just fine. All right, we turn back to the chat again. What else do we want to expand into? There's more than just product, although this is more of a product-focused thing. But by now, we have the money to actually get into anything. Let's say something required clay, and we couldn't find a source for clay. We could actually just throw down an RGO for clay, and we'd be all right. Of course, you need to know what the options are. There's always software. Well, we looked at software, but there's always internet to get into. But when it comes to actual things that we can manufacture, here's a hefty list of them. Protozomac asks about public utilities. Where's public utilities? Public utilities. Oh, wow. Nice alphabetical ordering there. So public utilities, they sell like any other good. So we would have a general or business shop from which we can sell water, gas, and energy. We'd need solar energy for energy. We'd need pipes and turbines for gas. And we'd need pipes and turbines for water, but we could sell them. Let me have a look at my list here and see what the demand is for them. Man, what are they even going to call it on this list? It's not P-semi, is it utility? I have a list of everything's demand because it's a great way to check how popular something's going to be and how much you need to produce of it. Well, it's just after electronic. Oh, it's called energy in the code. There's a huge demand for these, and there is nobody producing it. So, yeah, we will do that, Protozomac. Good thinking. On top of that, production tech is not very important. Quality is obscenely important. And it looks like... Man, how do you even do solar energy? You need solar panels, which needs components and silicon. There's a lot of things needed here. So it looks like a very expensive thing to set up, but everybody needs it, and I suspect we can charge a lot of money for it. And I like all of those things. Interestingly enough, the demand for energy is higher than water, is higher than gas, but it's not by much. It's 14, 13, and 11. And again, to compare it, the demand for wine was 12 for red wine, 7.5 for white wine. So people need as much red wine as they need, well, water, essentially. Maybe this is a Roman city. The Roman city of Grimsby. Of course! I built Grimsby. It is a Roman city. We're going off on too many tangents that not everyone's going to get, so I'm going to take a wee sip of my own public utility water. Hopefully that's not too audible. RTX should remove the sound of me guzzling that and get to work on it, because this is going to take quite a bit of investment. But hey, we've got almost $1 billion to pour into this. So, where are we going to go? I guess we'll do energy first. Paper is immediately available. Do they all need paper? No, this one... It's only 5% paper anyway, so it doesn't matter. Solar energy needs solar panels, needs components I can get, glass I can get, silicon I cannot get. So I can pop up a silicon mine. Do we have... The tech is known to us to produce solar panels. So we can make solar energy. Is that do I need a factory to make solar energy? It's quite weird, but okay. Oops, looking in the wrong places here. Right, let's take it from the source. We need silicon. Locate silicon. Should be an S on the map. Silica? Is silica silicon? I'm not about to claim to know my elements. Yeah, silica gets refined into silicon. Nobody has silica currently mined out. So let's try and find the best quality silicon around. This silica is 87, which is really good. There's silica here, which is 59, which is not really good. And that might be it. Oh, man. Stronghold music is so good for this game. It's such a shame there aren't that many tracks which are ambient. Alright, so straight away we're going to exploit that silica. Natural resources. Mine out that silica, please. And we're just going to do 2 mining operations into 1 inventory into 1 sale. Should be easily done. Maximum training on them. Right next to the HQ. Yeah, it's going to be hard to work in headquarters, all this mining going on. It's going to be... Wait, Speed Racer set up a camcorder factory. But he doesn't have CCDs. He's going to have a hard time with that. Didn't the Seaport have CCDs? I think they stopped that and he doesn't know what to do. Sucks to be him. Okay, we have silica. We need to turn it into silicone. The question is, how much silicon does the world need? I think I'll set up a medium factory for it. And set it up right here as well. I want it close by so it doesn't have to travel far to get here. So you are going to make the celly... Oh, it knew that I wanted silicon. That's cool. Set that up. However, don't I want this silicon put in a... Yes, I absolutely do want it in a warehouse. I can only just squeeze in a medium warehouse here, but that's alright. And I'll probably want another warehouse over here for the silicon stuff. But there's very little space that I can put more down here. But when I become mayor, I'm going to say that all this is fine for industry. As long as it's my industry. So I don't mind keeping things tight along here. Also, what am I turning that silicon into? Thinking about it, I probably want to move the silicon down to around here. Because I'm going to be taking pipes, electronic components from here. And I'll be doing more manufacturing down in the big manufacturing area. So, sucks to be me, but the silicon's going to have to move from here. Which says maybe I don't want these factories here. Well, I've already built them, so too bad. I could even just have this factory take both the silicon and the silica. It's not a big deal. Still, with that well, I'll wait until some of it's made. I only need to pass a few days. So you are pumping this out. I don't need it on internal sale, but I do, as the only person producing silica, I want to make sure that people are paying me through the bloody nose for it. And this warehouse is going to take in that silica, not warehouse only. Look for silica. Silica comes in. You need to make sure that you're sourcing your silica from the warehouse, please. And the silica gets sold at cost. Cost of silica is 20 cents. There we go. Oh, that's some good quality silica at that price. Because people care about price when it comes to quality. So hopefully you'll get to work. The silicon is being manufactured and out it comes. I don't know much about silicon. I don't feel like it looks like that, but I'm very bad at knowing these kinds of things. This stuff is also not set for internal sale. I will happily sell it to the highest bidder. I'm actually going to make it some good quality silica, but you are going to take it back into this place. Not warehouse only. You don't need to have this kind of circular way of things going in and out of the warehouse just to go to a simple destination, but it's a great way for me to control my competitors having access to something and me being able to hike up the prices for it without really ruining the price that I retail things in my own stores. If you play as primarily a wholesaler, you can cut this out altogether, but I want to really be able to shaft my competition. Because now anybody who makes anything out of silica, much like anybody who makes anything out of oil, has to go through me, so I set the prices, and as long as my prices don't force them to go at a loss, they're still going to come back like an abused spouse, so it's a-okay. Right, bring in that silicon. I have to wait for it to process the silicon through the warehouse, and then it does come out at internal sale at the price of making it, which is 34 cents-ish. Inflation's probably going to ruin this down the line, but for now, this is okay. Not even sure it matches that much. I'll even set it to 50. 36. Okay, so now we have silicon. Since we have silicon and access to everything else, we can set up our factory around here. Question, how many solar panels are we going to need? Probably quite a few. Who am I getting glass and components from as well? Questions that could be answered later. For now, I just need to set it up. I'll do a large factory. Here we go. And we'll set you up to be doing solar panels. It knows. And make sure that you source that silicon from the silicon warehouse. I just jumped out of my skin. I had a live stream running in another tab. An air raid siren just went off. Yeah. Don't leave streams running. You get spooked like that. All right, there we go. Our first whiff of solar panels coming through. Am I going to put solar panels in this place? Oh, I might as well. This place is full of newspapers and stuff, but you can take solar panels too. So solar panel coming in. Make sure that solar panel comes in at cost. $7.18 or so. Wait, wrong side to do that. This is where I hike up the price, not lower the price. Whoops. Anybody else wants my solar panels, they're gonna have to buy it at a pretty damn high cost. And I don't think there's no point advertising it because it's a semi-good. Still, in come the solar panels, and once they process their way through that warehouse, it will be set only for internal sale, and they will be made at cost. What was cost again? It was like $7 or so, right? $9 will do. Whoa, that's some high quality solar paneling. And now, with all of that set up, we're able to make solar energy. A weird thing, but do we think we need a mega factory for it? The things we have mega factories for, even the high demand wine, it's nowhere near needing that much. I wonder if even a medium factory would be enough. I think I'm going way too high in my factories. Let's just try a medium one. Medium factory here, and you produce the public utility of energy. Apparently we're missing solar energy. Oh, wrong thing. Wait, I have to produce contracts from a factory? Huh. Weird. But let's have solar energy set up here then. Which means I probably need another factory for doing just the contracts. Does that mean I put solar energy into warehouses? That's starting to get a little weird, but okay. That's right, I need to make sure that you're sourcing your solar panels correctly, which is to say from warehouses. So we're just going to store solar power in warehouses. Not the strangest thing, but still a little bit weird. And these things are... wow, man, that is some freight, isn't it? And it's just next door. Still, it's being made, so the solar energy comes in. Doesn't need to be on internal sale. But... Is it really? So weird. Okay, solar energy is going into our warehouse here. And it's going to come out on internal sale. Internal sale at cost. What is the cost of these anyway? Making solar energy is... that's selling price. What's the actual cost? How can it be so cheap? It's 66 cents. I guess we make a lot of it out of a little. So internally sell this at... it's kind of insulting to people that buy these things. And now I need to do one more loop because we actually have to make the contracts for it. So one more medium factory, and this one makes the public utility, which is not in alphabetical order, for energy contracts. And let's make sure that we're sourcing our energy from our own warehouse. Hope I didn't mess anything up out of this. It has steam capsules to store steam for later use. Yeah, but Factorio has that as well. And perhaps less believably, Factorio conserves temperature perfectly of it. Which is weird, because it doesn't store perfect temperature for nuclear... nuclear energy. The temperature fluctuates on that. I don't know why they couldn't do the same for steam, but it probably wouldn't be much fun to play around with it like that. Okay, we will sell these things externally at a competitive rate. But more importantly, it goes right back into the warehouse. And this time we put in the energy contracts. And then out come the energy contracts. And these are internally sold at cost. What's the cost of these? Cost of these is again mega cheapo, 34 cents for an energy contract. That said, there's a lot of costs along the way, so it's not like I'm instantly selling something that's 34 cents for Boondollar. But, you know, we'll make what we can here. Can't seem to go much lower than that. So that's set up for internal sale. Now it's time to start selling those contracts out. Let's see how this works. I'm going to see it in motion before I move over to the other types of contracts. Now, I'm pretty sure I burned through quite a lot of my money just getting that done. Needed a lot of factories, it needed the silica, needed warehouses. Our newest product, canned wind. That would be a cool product, I'd certainly want that. I need to go to HR, make sure that everybody's being trained heavily. Big costs on that. How much is it costing us? Corporation, corporate details, income statement. Cost of sales is pretty high, but the salaries expense is pretty hefty. Training's not that bad. 10 million on year to date, and it's May. What about last year? Yeah, it's way lower than the advertising. That's fine though. But yeah, these costs are dwarfed by the cost of sales, but the revenue slaps all that right the way down. That's where those billions come in from, and we're finally about to hit billion profit even, not just billion revenue. And soon, very soon, we'll be able to run for mayor. I better make sure I'm ready for that. Hometown Grimsby. Oh, Lord Bane decided to join in. I'll have to make a big fat donation to the cause here. Oh, I can make one of my subsidiaries donate to it. Oh my god, could you make them donate all their money so that they go bankrupt and are cheaper to buy up? Ooh. Oh, wow. That's a thought. That's a thought and a half. Very tempting thought, but we'll leave it for now. I'll do it with my own. I don't want to scupper around with subsidiaries too much. Here's 50 million for the cause. The capitalism whole cause. I love how Jake's mind instantly jumps to how corrupt can I be? If it's not jumping to that, there's something wrong with you as a person. Somebody said I should be getting in on building materials. I don't know why they said that. Maybe it's a reference to State of Decay 2, or maybe building materials are really strong. Something to investigate at a later date. For now, though, where do we sell energy contracts? Was it Business Shop? Yeah, public utilities are sold through Business Shop. And to make matters even better, Business Shop is nice and small, so I can tuck it right in. I'm using the minimap to see where the best places are for this. But I can dictate where the best places are once I get into politics, because I can shove other people's businesses out of the way and then use it for my own businesses. This seems pretty good as it is. I'll take 66. And then we'll use our usual setup here. I'm actually just going to delete you and delete you so that the default is a blank slate. Except I'm not going to do that because Doc Spengler's going to fill it up with crap if I do that. So I'll do this manually. Sales, purchasing. Actually, I think there's going to be a huge demand for it. So I am going to use this, and I'm going to fill them all up with my warehoused energy contracts. Because it's been little known fact, but Grimsby didn't have any energy until 1998. Alright, so that's going to go in, and now I will actually let Doc Spengler take over this firm, and Doc Spengler can set prices and all that jazz. Look at that, holy moly. And there we go, instantly setting the advertising budget in the shop. I don't like that, but it might actually be better to have the advertising done in the shop rather than the warehouse, because if I do it in the warehouse, I'm not getting a good overview as to whether or not advertising is too much. For example, if I only make revenue of 50,000 on something, there's no point spending $250,000 every month advertising it. Debatable, there might be a point to it, but still. A marble deposit's been... If only we had marble in Grimsby. Did we have marble in Grimsby? Surely not. John doesn't give local access to marble, because he's a monster. So, let's see how these things do. We are now the city average. Wait, is that really the city average? We don't have any, market share here. Need to lower the price a bit there, Spengler, so that people actually want our stuff. I'm gonna micro this better than Spengler does. Before 1998, it was known as Dimsby. Alright, good. He loves to see it. Wow, look at the demand for it. We can't even meet the demand. I might need to have nothing but energy contracts sold here. Let's try it, shall we? I mean, we're looking at a city who finally has discovered electricity. Solar electricity, which is a bit of a con in Grimsby. Can't believe it was called Grimsby. Whoever funded the city was having a laugh. I hope this isn't a issue with production. I'll be in trouble if I'm not actually able to produce enough of these, because I'll need to upscale all parts of it. Oh, we're actually struggling. We are really struggling here. Energy contracts come in and go out. 64. I actually think I need another factory for this. Yeah, wow. What a lovely problem to have. Let's duplicate this firm then. Which also means I need the input of it to come in through here. Which factory did I just put down? 24. So input from factory 24, which does contract. What was it called again? Energy contract. In it comes and out it goes. Wait, wrong one. I want this to come in from 24, not 23. That's still 23. I can't read the full thing here. There we go, 24. Our newest product, water from the tap in your home. Now you don't have to grab a bucket and walk down to the well or river for water anymore. But then they can get their fish when they go out for it at the same time. We're up in the billions now, thanks to selling these energy contracts. Can't believe that it costs so much freight to bring the energy contracts up here, but that's alright. We sell them at such a markup that wow. We can really price gouge because there's not enough supply to meet demand. There we go. I think now you're dropping the price because, yeah, we need to keep up with this. That's okay, though. Yeah, that heavy paper. Read all parts of the contract. The demand for contracts is still sky high. Can't believe how many energy contracts I need. Maybe I do need a mega factory for this. It doesn't seem to be an issue at the solar energy part, it's purely the contracts. I need to write a load of them. Maybe I do need a mega factory for contracts. Alright, tell you what. You are going to be switched out, and you will be where I make the contracts. Make sure to get your solar energy from the solar energy warehouse. And that means that you are... I'm going to have to switch this out for a bit, but don't worry. Stop that purchase, stop that purchase. Even a medium one for cork is absurd. I think I'm just going to stop purchase on these, let them process everything they have, and then just shut down the factories for a wee while. But I still need cork made, but honestly, who needs that much cork? I'm just going to make a small cork factory here. Where's cork? It's a semi-product. Set up factory for cork, do the training. Doesn't really matter where we source the things, but it also means once I let it run a bit and actually produce some cork. I want to buy the product technology of beer for 41 million. That's pretty good. But I don't want anyone being competitive with me, so I'm going to have to tell them to sort that. Game's warning me that my supply of cork has stopped. It's very correct to warn me. So now I need to make sure that... Where did the cork come in? Here it is. I need to change the input of cork. And just make sure that it comes in from here. All is well, as long as I make sure that this cork is not an internal sale and sold for too much money. Maybe get some clients out of it. What's your problem? Where are my energy contracts? There we go. Got the energy contracts coming in. Don't make it internal sale, just in case somebody else wants to buy them off of me. And let's make sure that the energy contracts are still coming in from our... What a weird way of doing it. Anyway, silver surplus factory. This one I think is the right one, because there were 2 zeros on it. Still coming in from these guys though, isn't it? You still have some that need to be sold. So alright, we'll do it from you, and I will even do another one here. Crazy. But eventually these guys will run out of it and then that'll be okay. So hopefully this mega factory will be able to produce enough of these to meet demand. It's already looking really good. And then we keep an eye on how the shop is doing and the market demand for it. And once we feel that we've got a grasp on the situation, we'll move on to do the other kinds of public utilities. Well, this is cute. There's so much demand, this one place that does nothing but shift energy contracts can't handle it. They're not utilized at 100% right now though, so it might still be a problem with not getting enough of it out of the warehouse. But that can't be right because these guys are not utilizing at 100%. Oh, dangerous. Dangerous to click around. You might break lines like that, and the manufacturing will be down by 25% here. And I wouldn't know for a long time. Are we the Baron of Grimsby yet? Actually, it's going to be time to market ourselves to the public soon. Well, we've hit that point. Solar energy, we cannot keep up with demand for it now. And here I thought these medium factories would be enough for it. Is it because of solar panels or not? Where are my solar panels again? You make my solar panels. Oh, we make loads of them. Is this a large factory? I think it is. So... But you're not enough, huh? Yeah, the manufacturing places are working 100% here and it's not enough. So it's getting a little complicated now because the solar panels are here, the solar energy is here. I would... Maybe I should stop you and just make another large factory. Looks like medium factory just doesn't cut the mustard here. Alright, fair enough. Factory... Large factory, running out of space for these kinds of things, but here you go. And this place needs to make us public utilities, energy, no, wrong thing, solar energy. Purely out of solar panels, and you, as usual, source those solar panels from the warehouse. Okay. What am I going to do with you, though? We're just going to stop the purchasing of solar panels, let you run out everything you have here. And then... I guess I'll eventually switch where your solar energy comes in from. Should be no biggie. This is a shame. Having to rejig it is a lot more work than just setting it up once. And really, there was no need to rejig it, it's just that I wouldn't be meeting demand, and if there's demand for something that I'm not filling, I'm just leaving money on the counter. We're only meeting a quarter of this demand, which is crazy. We're not fully utilized here, but I think I'm going to want to duplicate this firm somewhere. And just keep on selling absurd amounts of our contracts. So this should work exactly the same way. Bullworth Investments R&D announces an invention, an antibiotic. It's 1998 and they finally have antibiotics. These Grimsby folk have no idea how good they get it. See kids, if you want OCD, you need good micro. I'd rather have good macro. So here you are making those solar energy things. There's no demand for it because it's not coming into the warehouse, but it will. Kind of want you to run through all of the goods that you have in store. And you are working your way through it. Good, this place will dry up pretty soon, and then I can just shift it all over. Don't know what I'll do with this factory. It's a shame, because the people here are trained, so it's a bit of a waste not to have it. Yeah, they got nothing backed up here. Frozen Kaiser can get all the raising that he wants. And production is about to go. Oh, here we go. The mayoral election of Grimsby will take place. This is an excellent opportunity to get really corrupt. So we go politics. The question is, who should be the mayor around here? Bane, Cheese, or Mos Maurice? Honestly, that face creeps me out, so we're going to go with Mos Maurice. Now, Pajama Sam is incredibly popular. Must be all the workers that we have around here. Got a lot of funding behind you. I need to crush that funding. Every month I'm going to pour 10 million into supporting Mos Maurice. That's going to come straight out of our political fund. I'm going to donate another 100 million into the pot. And halfway through the year we're going to see how we are performing and adjust the amount of money that we're putting towards them accordingly. You're still selling those? Everything should be stopped and bled dry here by now. Looks like it is. That being the case, I can just remove everything here. I will put... No, I shouldn't do it like that. Better just leave it here and... whatever. No, actually, I think by doing none there, I'm actually getting rid of everybody in their experience levels. I might want this later on for something else. Doubtlessly so. Regardless, though, I'm just gonna crush it. Bye-bye. At least I get to keep the land for myself, which has slightly gone up in value. We've not been doing any of the cheese with instant change of market value of lands. I swore off of that. So, we've still got our hefty amount of solar panels here. What was the thing that I changed, though? Was it... No, it wasn't the contracts, it was the panels. The panels are made here now. I need to make sure that your solar panels are now linked from here. They're not on internal sale, they're sold for extravagant amounts of money. And you're going to warn me that there's no solar energy. There's no... Wait. Where do I make solar energy again? Wait, maybe I wanted to keep that as solar energy. Wait, well, now I've confused myself. Where in the world am I making solar energy from? Here. Whew, lost myself. Okay, solar energy needs to come in from there. Solar energy linked. Solar energy, there we go. See, so many moving parts. Gotta stay on top of it or you'll, well, I will lose where I am. Still, you've used up a huge amount of space for what we were making so far. I don't think you could do perfection on a single city. There's just not enough space for everything you want to produce. Especially with demand being so high. Buying an election? All elections are bought. I'm putting in the budget needed for it, though. Good to see these are being sold at the rate they should, which is pretty much cost. Cost of these things is fine. How are we doing on selling them now, though? Finally. We are higher than demand and we have a whole lot of the market share, and we're selling it at reasonable markup. Excellent. Very excellent. Okay, well if we've got one of them, there's no reason not to get all of them. So the other public utilities to get into. Gas contracts need natural gas pipes and turbines. Nobody makes turbines. Can't make turbines without zinc. Nobody makes zinc. Turbines care... Hold on, do I actually need some tech levels on these things? Nobody really cares about the tech, they just care about raw material quality. But they do care a little bit about it. So while I don't need to worry about the energy contract, they care about the raw materials, so I might need to look into making better solar panels. No, again, nobody cares about that. Here we go. Solar panels themselves I should work on the tech level for. Otherwise somebody else who does is going to come out with better energy contracts than me. So I'm going to set up somebody who can make me better solar panels. Oh, well, do they care so much about the paper? No, the paper's only 5% of it. Yeah, better solar panels will go a long way. I'll get some solar panel tech going. Whoa, what did I click? I don't need all that info. Hey, we're making Malibu now. Haven't had Malibu in a long time. R&D center, as usual. Set another one down. And I want you... Is there a semi-product thing here? Yeah, there is. And there are not that many people to hire here, which is a shame because there are a lot of semi-products. Still, get that R&D going for solar panel. Every 2 years, new tech on that would be welcome. Right. Right. What am I looking at here? The only difference between gas and public water contract is the need for water or natural gas, which would have made this the better one to go for, because if you do the everything you need for turbines and pipes, the last one is a very simple thing to switch out. Very, very simple thing. Natural gas is available, somebody else is mining it out. I think I spy it down here. G for gas. No, G might mean gold. Hard to see. Factory, mansion, factory. Is there not gold being mined out here by somebody? There we go, yeah, it is gold. The speed racist is getting on top of some very high quality gold. Who's taking it all? He's taking it all. Oh, he's making gold earrings. Jake, you set up your tech for solar energy and not solar panels. Is that so? The tech of solar energy doesn't matter at all, so you're right. If I missed that one, then we're going to terminate that and make sure it's for... Wait, where is solar panels? Don't tell me it's not a semi-product. Oh god, solar panels can be sold! Oh, cribbins, if I'd known that, I would... Well, I'd be selling them, wouldn't I? Okay, so you are in fact a building material. Is there any semi-product that I do want R&D on then? Maybe one of the products that I use for these other contracts. Pipes, oh, I'll need some turbine quality, surely. Tech doesn't matter too much for that. Pipes are, again, building materials, though. Alright, we'll look into turbines. Just not to waste all these people that I've hired here. There we go on the turbines for 2 years. And let's set up another R&D. Thanks for catching that. I obviously missed it there. So now I need a building material bunch. And I'd like you to be working on solar panels every 2 years. Interesting, that. Now I'm tasked with whether or not I want to sell my solar panels. And the answer should be yes. So, set up retail store, building materials. All the shops, or at least most of the shops it feels that they've added here, are all 2x2. Really convenient, but maybe even too convenient. Still, there we go. Let's have you set up to purchase in and sell our solar panels from the warehouse, of course. And I'll leave Doc Spengler in charge to figure out how to do everything for it. I can't imagine branding being particularly important for solar panels, but that was the wrong place to check it. I always forget where to check it for it. You need to go to product details, search, S for solar, solar panel. Yeah, branding isn't very important. Quality is. Price, yeah, it's there. But oh, this is interesting. People are already buying my solar panels. some bakeries and cart pushers are putting them out there. How much of a markup are they putting on those? 40? What? No, you don't. Nobody makes that kind of markup on my goods. 10% or bust. There we go. Now it doesn't really matter that they are selling those solar panels for me. But of course I should be getting in, because I can undercut the competition, and I will be making the fat extra sales on it. So go Doc Spengler, sell out my solar panels, pretty please. They're forced to price match me on it as well, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Didn't think about that. Are they still going to make a profit on it then? Oh, right, I'm going to actually have to drop the price a little bit. I don't want them making a loss. If they make a loss, they're not going to buy them from me anymore. And then buying from me, you know, makes the factory profitable, while the factory is also producing stuff to make other firms profitable. I love the synergies in this game. It's so lovely. Oh, we got some Bordeaux now. We're really racing ahead in terms of boozing it up technology. And you know who benefits? It's the children. Wow, the quality of education is really high, all thanks to having the silver surplus bar across the street. Again, demand is so very high. Does this let you do the full capitalism experience, or is it whitewashed over? I don't really know what you mean by that, Fadrik. But I'm getting a good experience. Okay, that stuff's coming in. Looks like we've solved a lot of the problem with our comics and magazines, but these large factories are too much. It's hard for me to gauge how large a factory you need. Actually, looking at it now, this mega factory is producing way too many energy contracts, whereas previously we couldn't get enough of this stuff. On that note, these guys are kind of sitting here doing nothing, aren't they? Because I stopped supply and I'm not taking it from them anymore. What am I going to do with these? I'll probably use them for making other goods when I get into the other things. Which we should do right now, shouldn't we? We need to go to... What am I making here, now that we solved the solar panel issue? Public utilities. Right, pipes. It seems weird to me that we don't have access to pipes. We don't even have access to copper here. But these both need pipes, so I better get on the pipes. Steel is available. From where, I don't know. That's not what I wanted to look at. Steel... show me the pipes. Oh, just take me back to the pipes. Steel is entirely coming in from the seaport. It needs coal and iron ore, but I am going to rely on the seaport, and I'll only make my own production of steel if this stuff ever runs out. The demand for steel isn't sky high, so I shouldn't be having to butt heads over getting that. Which works for me. So if we assume we're just taking steel from the seaport, we just need to grab the copper ourselves. Nice. Where's copper? Is copper C? Look how many things there are set up now. This one city is going to be mobbed before long. Alright. Control F. No, C is coal. What's the chemical sign for copper again? Well, here's the copper on the map, but it's only 67. Cu. Well, that doesn't help. It's clearly not what they're using on the map here. There must be another copper place somewhere with hopefully better quality. You'd think. Come on, hopefully quality 67 is not my only option when it comes to copper. Anybody see any other copper on the map? Iron, clay, gypsum, silver, gold, salt, water, clay. Are we really going to get the only copper on the map? The minimap's too cluttered there for me to really tell what letter that is. Maybe it's R? R for copper. but I'm not seeing any other R's on here. Oh wait, that's an R. But I don't see anything here. Yeah, there's an R on the minimap as if to say that there's a raw resource here. But I don't see it. Well, you know, if there's only one source of copper on the map, that does indeed mean monopoly for us. So let's go. This is not a release on Steam. This is released through their own store page. I don't quite understand the logic behind it, but it's what they want to do. They're free to do that. Alright, copper mine, and it is certainly mine. We're going to have a bit of mining, as well as a bit more mining. Whoa, bring me back the minimap, please. It gets inventoried. Now, I only do 2 because there's no point paying loads of money for extracting more stuff that I don't need. 2 is plenty, and if I need more, I can build more. I got 4 more slots for mining, and I would want an extra one for more sales because there's throughput issues. So that's going to mine out the copper. Maybe worth saving and trying this. If you build the copper mine, it will spawn a new one. Maybe the new one will be better. Then you can demolish the old one and buy the second better one. Well, I don't want to save scum. We'll see how things turn out first. Still, give me that copper. There we go. Out comes the copper. And again, I don't want this on internal sale. I want to... Wow, it costs me a lot to make this copper. But it's the only copper on the map, so if people want it from me, they got to pay me a lot for it. And that copper itself should certainly be going over to another one of my warehouses here. Do I still have room over here for raw resources? I got a little bit of room for raw resources. I'm gonna link it up with you. Link in the copper. Copper comes in. Copper comes out. Copper comes out on internal sale at cost. The cost was what, a quid or so? It still seems quite expensive. Where's that copper at? Copper was a quid 23. Gotcha. Oh, well, I had it spot on there. No need for advertising copper, though. And now, since I have access to the pipes elsewhere, I can make my pipes. And I can use one of these energy contract places. So then I'd say... I need it's a semi-product, or was pipes a building material? You'd think it would be a building material. And you're right. There we go. And yeah, it resets all of the experience levels, so you can't just switch out a trade good so easily. I understand now. Excellent. Still, keep that training high. Bring in the copper from my warehouse. Start making me some pipes. And if I have the pipes... Then what's the other question? Oh, it's turbines, isn't it? Ah, turbines is a hefty one to work on. But at least with the pipes flowing, I can still sell those pipes, so... Don't really have space for you here, I'm gonna need another one. Oh, what's this? Your supply of energy contracts has stopped. They were still taking them out of here, weren't they? Yeah, that's fine, but that's okay. I can just stop that purchase, sell out what I have here, and then use this for my pipes. Once we have the pipes, hoping we do someday. I do not understand the reasoning for it, says the man running his own software shops inside the very game in question. I mean, I think they'd be able to reach a much larger market on Steam. I think they want to have more of a niche control over it. Which still doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but they're free to do it as they want. Come on, where the hell are my pipes? You're not actually buying in any copper here for some reason. But the copper is here. The copper can happily go out. In fact, it is going to Silver Surplus Factory 23. So, make me the pipes, please? Maybe there was a bit of a wait on getting the steel from the seaport. That makes a lot more sense. There we go. Pipes are ready. Pipes are not necessarily for internal sale, but anybody that wants my pipes has to pay through the nose for it. And now you are going to be linked up for my pipes. There we go, now pipes are coming through, and these pipes are for internal sale only at cost. Cost of pipe is 31 cents. That's not what we're going to sell it for, and you know it. We're going to go to our building shop, and this is just a way of making a little extra money on the things that we produce. I actually quite like the fact that it's not just raw semi-product and that you can sell these. There's a lot of semi-products in the vanilla game that you're like, come on, I could sell this, like flour. Who ever heard of not being able to sell flour? I buy flour. Right, still, we bring that in and we leave it to Dr. Spengler to figure out how much to sell it for and how much to advertise. They don't like to advertise our solar panels much. But we've got, wow man, $311 for my solar panels. The markup, it feels so good. Profits are looking damn good. We've made some excellent decisions here. It's alright, we dealt with the energy contract issue. Actually, this is a separate energy contract issue. I'm gonna clear those out. Oh, it doesn't let me. Well, that's alright. I know I can stick something else in here. It won't be my turbines, though. I'm gonna need more space for that. Space is actually going to be a real issue soon. Once I'm in politics, actually, I'll be able to throw a lot of these industries away, and then I'll probably buy the land to make sure that I have complete access to it. That's a good idea. That's a great idea, even. Right, righty-tighty. Where are we going from here? Turbines. Need turbines. What do we need for turbines? Zinc. Manufacturer's Guide. And there's the thing, natural gas and water are pretty irrelevant because I can just drain those out of the ground or get them from somebody else. Turbines, on the other hand, we have access to steel. Somebody is making engines. The Old Men Company is making engines. They have the full market share for it. Why? This bears some investigation. Old Men Company, they have one mega factory making engines. They sell those engines for $3,000. That is a markup, holy moly. Can't trust that Marvin Brannick, he's one shrewd individual. Am I willing to pay $3,000 for a turbine? Well, not even a turbine, an engine for my turbine. Crikey. New copper in the north of the map if you want to check it out. Oh. Are you sure? Because that says C for coal. It's an R for copper, though. Well, I think it is. Alright, people, activate eyes. Playing a game of Where's That Copper? Not nearly as fun as Who's That Pokemon, but a lot more profitable. Oh, right, there it is. Quality 54, and our current quality was like 60 something, right? 67, right, well, if other people want that crappy copper, it's up to them. Nancy Drew and the stolen copper. Nancy Drew steals a lot of things. Okay, I need to run a few numbers here in my head. I could pay $3,000 for an engine, or... Well, let's consider how that engine goes into making turbines. For that I want to go public utilities, gas contract, public water, turbine. Oh crikey, 1 unit of engine makes 1 unit of turbine, so I am going to be paying 1 for 1 there. But 1 turbine will make 40 gas contracts. And we can sell contracts for like $80 or so. I actually don't know what the base price of those are. I'm not playing with complete information here. But if we run under the assumption that you price them the same as energy contracts, so we sell those for $100. So the markup is in my field here, but I'm having severe difficulty at the thought of paying Marvin Brannick $3,000 for an engine. Where does he get his goods from? He takes seaport steel. Is an engine only made of steel? Yeah. Yeah, screw you, Marvin. I'm gonna make my own engines. Freaking Marvin Branach thinks he owns the place. Wait, you're still buying in paper? No, I told you to stop. Okay, you've got nothing backed up here. Right. Engine surely needs oil and grease. Nope, nothing but steel. That's how you make an engine. Right, well, that being the case, we're making our own engines. Just gonna get that steel from... at some point I'm probably gonna find that I need to make my own steel, but that's no big deal. Oh, that rhymed. I just want it from the seaport. And I'll even undercut Marvin on those. Probably means I need better engine technology. Does anybody actually have decent engine technology out there? Product tech, E for engines. Doesn't look like anybody has engine technology. Does it matter what the tech level of an engine is? Massively. Are you really only making crummy level 30 engine tech there? Quality's at 45. Can't see his tech for it. Well, there is a way to check. I can go in, I can check tech, I can go down to E for engine. No, he's on 30. Products that are currently in production. Yeah, okay, so he's not researching better. Right, I'm going to make better engines than Marvin Branach. Yeah, time to get going on that R&D. So we're going to make ourselves a new R&D center right here. And thank God we have this. It would suck to have to do this every time. Bless blueprints. Now we are sure that engines are a semi-product this time. Hire the best of the best for the semis and get ourselves those. Yeah, I'm pressing E, but it's taking me down to W. How strange. Still, where are the engines at? There we go. I would quite like to very swiftly have better engine tech. We do it every year? If I can remember, I'll come back and switch it every 2 years later on. Which is something I thought I would do for something else around here. Yeah, these are on 1 year, but 2D graphics are on every 2 years. So I'm actually going to terminate that R&D and tell you to do it every 2 years instead. How about you? You guys don't even do photo editing tech R&D. Whoops. I never set you guys up, did I? Every 2 years. You've been sitting there collecting a salary whilst doing nothing for years. I know what that's like. Now. Engines. The tech is going. You're going to start making them. There might be people that want my engines. I don't know who. Actually, we can answer that question. Marvin, who's taking these engines? Everybody is. Oh my goodness, we could undercut him on engines with better engines. And then we're going to strip away old man Marvin's incredibly lucrative engine things here. Actually, maybe it's not that. No, he is making profit. He'd be making more profit if we didn't have to buy steel from Seaport, I think. But he's doing alright, isn't he? You own shares in this company, directly or via holding companies. A nice reminder that I have not been paying much attention to my little insurance companies here for a long time. Let's go and play our hands at the stock. Oh god. Nippon and Toyota have actually been going down. Wait, I didn't buy these shares. I think the CEO is using these, the insurance money shares. That's fine, if he manages it and I don't, that's all the better. On top of that, you have different ways of advertising that affect the branding. Probably answering somebody else's question about how you do advertising. Yeah, you have a corporate overall branding technique, plan, something or other. And then you can choose to what level you do the branding. You can actually show that off easily enough if I can remember where it's done. Yeah, here we go. Although I'm looking at old man. Let's look at ourselves here. Silver surplus. We do range brand. So whenever if we advertise wine, the advertising affects all alcohol products. If it was unique, if you advertise wine, it only advertises that wine. It won't advertise beer, or if it's red wine, it won't advertise white wine. Corporate brand, that's a different one altogether. It covers everything. But the problem is, if you have a very high brand, and then you release something that's crap, you hurt your brand loyalty. In fact, my brand loyalty on software is in the negative, probably because my software is really crappy. Can you show us the engine weighting split quality price brand? We can, Pandy. What an excellent question. Would have asked it myself if I'd thought about it. Product details, engine. There doesn't appear to be any consideration on these, probably because it's a semi-product. I guess semi-products don't care about that because people don't buy it. So people only care about the quality of it here. So can we find it elsewhere? Show us your engines there, Marvin. It's just the raw quality of it plus the pricing. Yeah, semis don't get that. Makes sense, but still we're doing tech of it so that ours is a more competitive product. What was I looking for? I actually did want to see the breakdown of how much they care about... Here we go. It's mostly tech, and it doesn't care so much about product quality, so you don't need high quality steel to build a quality engine. It helps, but it only helps 1/5 as much as, well, 1/4 as much as the tech does. How do I bet against Jake in this game? This game looks like a pretty hard one to lose. You make money in this game. It's very hard to lose money. The question is, can you make enough money to stay competitive? I suppose you lose if you get sold out or bought out, but that's only going to be a problem if you let people get your shares. Still, where was my head at? I need to make turbines. I'm making the engines, but turbines need a bit more than that, don't they? Public utility. I click on public utilities, it takes me up to apparel. Public utilities, turbine. I need the zinc. Zinc is surely Z, right? Z is sulfur. How in the world do I make zinc? No, zinc should be a raw thing. Who knows their chemical everythings? Ah, there's some zinc. It's only quality 60 though. What letter is that on the minimap? Anyone able to read the garbled mess of everything? Better yet, scour the map for some more zinc. If we had multiple maps going, we would have a lot more places to source goodies, but everyone's fighting over one city, and that city is Grimsby. 59 quality zinc over here, that's pretty bad. Okay, so our choice is bad and slightly worse, so we'll go with bad. We'll get the quality 60 zinc. RGO, mine out that zinc, plunk, and again, mining, inventory and sale. There might be some better zinc appearing elsewhere. If it's really good, I will switch over and take that, and I'll just eat the loss of having this mine, or even just sell it. Don't want to do that though. Yeah, I really don't want to do that. It costs a bomb to buy this stuff. Still, we're getting our zinc in. It means I'm going to need yet more warehousing. Yeah, it's getting real tight on space around here. Well, that wasn't unexpected. There you go, another warehouse for it. Input, storage, output, and when I can, I'm going to link up that zinc. Here we go, zinc is in. Not on internal sale, anyone can buy my zinc, but they're going to be paying through the... maybe not that through the nose for it. Again, I've got the only zinc in town. They'll have to pay a lot for it. I, on the other hand, will not have to pay that much for it. Just going straight into my warehouse. Link you up with my zinc. The silver surplus zinc. Why is that not showing anything? Do I not know how to spell zinc? I don't. Using a C as a hard K. How can this be? We don't call it zinc. Still, in comes the zinc, and now I should have everything I need to make my turbines. Follow-up question, how many turbines does the world need? It can't be sold in any shops, and one turbine makes 40 energy contracts. But when it came to making the solar energy power, I ended up needing more than I thought, so I think I'll just make a large place for it. So factory, another large factory, just dunk it right down there, and it's your job to make turbines. Please make sure that you source the zinc from my warehouse. Oh, the warehouse doesn't have any. It's alright, it will shortly. There we go. The engines come from my engine warehouse. No internal sale for you. Let's make them cheaper than the competition so that we first undercut him. Actually, we're going to make them really cheap. Just try and drag in all the people buying our... Hell, we make a huge markup on it anyway. Let's really just slap Marvin across the face. You can save 1/3 on our engines, which are just as good as his, and we're working on making them better. That's what you get, Marvin. However, I want these for myself as well, so if I come in and link you up with my engine... Get the engines through the warehouse and out the other end, and now these are on internal sale at cost. Cost for engine, $481. Suddenly, making energy contract turbines out of $400 engines sounds a lot better than $3,000 engines. And again, I like the way that this is a genuine consideration. I could still profit off of using Marvin's $3,000 engines. I have to put up a lot of cost if I want to manufacture those for myself. Honestly, it wasn't too much because you only need steel, but let's say I didn't have access to steel. Would have been a bit dramatic. Still, internal sale at cost. Cost for these is, well, not 4,000. About 400 or so, wasn't it? It was. A little bit more than that. Thank you, Stronghold, for being good music. Let's make sure this is being linked up with our warehouse. Engines from warehouse. Steel, not from warehouse, but from seaport. I hope I'm not killing the seaport in terms of demand for that steel. It's getting steep, and it's only going to get steeper. I may have to look into making my own steel, but we don't have to yet. We will when things get a little too steep. So, turbine, another semi-product. I wonder if it's used for anything other than this. Turbine, used for... wrong thing. Public utility. Gas contract, turbine... Turbine used in... boat engine. Boat engine is a semi-product in order to make a boat. Also a jet ski and a rubber boat and a sailboat. So there is potential to get into the boat making business. Nylon is available, polyester is, rubber is. The only problem is the lack of boat hulls. How does one make a boat hull? Timber, dye, and plastic. I could make boats. I could make boats. There's no demand for the semi, but necessity index. Nobody's gonna want boats when... What does boat come under? Is there a boat or is it an automobile? It's not an automobile. What else would it come under? Cheese, communication, cosmetics, electronic? Nautical. Necessity index is way low. If there's ever a crunch, no one's gonna buy a boat. Still, I don't actually like boats that much. There's not a lot of affinity there, but it's just really funny that with our excess turbines, we could get into that market. Still, we're not there yet. I want my turbines. The first turbine has been completed. Whoa! We are not the market share of turbines. Dally. Dally already exists. They are the only other turbine market around there, but what are they doing? The demand for their turbines is through the roof. Why? Because they have a factory. You son of a... Right, so the Dally State Corporation is already making gas contracts. It looks like they've only just set this up. They don't have sales of it yet. Oh, they're selling them online. Well, actually, there's no sale of it just yet. So it seems that they haven't actually sold any yet. They must have just set this up. That can't be right, though. They've had this up for ages. They've been waiting on something? Also, how is there massive technology behind gas contracts? This bears investigation. Okay, you can do tech for these, but it's very, very low in very, very low in how important it is. Have I been doing tech for those? I might actually benefit from getting on that. It's not very important, but if I have competition, I don't want them to have better tech than I do on that. Alright, well, let's not let them get ahead of us on it. We need a team for... what is it again? Public utilities. Get me... The energy contract doesn't matter at all for tech. Look at that, top tech 322, right, they are looking to beat me on that. I need to have better prices and better quality on it. It'll take me a while to catch up on this. Every 2 years, do better than them, please. And to complete this game, I will do a similar thing for public water. Did I see that pizza is in its own category of goods? Pizza would be... surely cheese is needed to make pizza. There we go, frozen pizza is a food type. So if we go under foods, you will find, well, lots of different... Nuggets! Nuggets is actually there! With flour and chicken, you could make nuggets. You could corner the market on nuggets. Currently nobody has. Actually, it's being sold at the seaport. Not sure how I'd feel about buying in discount Chinese chicken nuggets, but I suppose I've eaten worse. You can cut them on pricing easily if they're buying Marvin's engine. Yeah, it looked like that's where it was going from. So, Dally State Company. I can't find your firm in this sea of firms, but fortunately it's not too hard to grab you. If I look at the product details for it, Turbine Dally State Company, their engines are being sourced by Old Man Marvin, which means, and this gets even better, I can sell them my engines, so I profit on them making turbines. And then I can jack up the price of my engines so that they lose out their profit on selling their contracts. And then eventually they're going to have to stop selling their contracts and I take over the market share. It's a delightfully devilish circle here. And I love the fact, I never realised I didn't love it as much as I do, but because there are so many goods in this, you've got all these other people making, what do we have, kiwi fruits and cold pills and matches and mangoes and insecticide. And there's just that whole other game playing with that, whilst I, having already cornered the market on alcohol, and now engaging in this fight on engines, turbines, and energy contract. It feels so good. It scratches a very acute kind of itch, this game, and I love it. Still, I completely lost my train of thought. What was I doing? That's another problem this game has. Where was I? What am I doing? I think this is where I stopped at, because I went, wow, someone's already cornered the market here. No internal sale on this. It costs us a lot to make these. A hell of a lot to make these. Why are they so expensive? Am I not paying my engines... Am I not buying my engines at cost? No, my engine cost is sky high, probably because of that steel. If I ever source my own steel, that cost will probably go down. Just strikes me as a very expensive price for those turbines. How much does my competitor... Okay, they're barely making a profit on their turbines because they're buying in the engines. So it looks like turbines aren't a particularly profitable thing unless you can really cut the costs. But so be it, we've got to make do with what we have. We'll be able to turn these turbines of ours into something so much better. Still, I'm going to jack up the price of it because the other guys have even more expensive turbines. Yeah, their turbines are 3 grand. I can pop mine up to that. Well, I don't like having negative overall rating. Ooh. There we go, good enough. Still, that's not an internal sale. These need to go into another warehouse, which means I need yet another warehouse. I'd like to keep this warehouse for raw goods. So let's just pop down another one. Warehouse. Medium one, no need for large right now, I dare say. We're seriously running out of space for stuff here though. There you go. Another load of this. Let's make sure your input is for the turbines, not from seaports, but from me. We'll let the turbine flow through. There we have it. Internal sale at cost, and again, cost of turbine is 1.1k or thereabouts. Nice, suddenly it has a real quality rating. And with that, I now have everything I need for this, right? We've got turbines, we've got pipes, we don't have the natural gas or the water. Since product material quality is the defining point of making these contracts, I will buy someone else's gas and someone else's water if it's better quality than I can source myself. Well, if it's significantly better. For example, there's a water well over here somewhere. Nick freaking Brick has gotten on this 58 quality water, but there is 71 quality water here. I think there's more water over here, was there not? There's an easier way to check this, isn't there? Wasn't there? Isn't there a way to see like raw materials? Everybody that produces it? Maybe not. No, I don't think I'm seeing it here. 7081 is much better. Water quality is the biggest factor. Yeah, that's why I'm going to get my water. I'm just wondering if there's another water source. I can't check water here. I don't know if there's anywhere that I can check a breakdown of water. Products, maybe? Raw materials? I don't know. Raw material. Water. Here we go. Right, so Banner is the only one making water, and that's Nick Brick. I want the same for natural gas, please. Dally State Company is making gas over here. Oh, I lost them, didn't I? Bring it back. Dally State Company is making 64 quality natural gas. So can we do better than 64 on natural gas? Well, we need to locate the only other natural gas, which is here. We cannot, it's 59. But I might rather get my own at 59 than pay for theirs. Because what I lose in quality I can make up for by lowering the price and not paying them through the nose for it. Let's double check how much they're charging for it. They're doing a 200%, well, a 100% markup on their natural gas. I might rather just make my own. Yeah, better to control it, I think. Plus I can undercut them with my crappy gas and make sure they don't get as much. So. Natural resource. Is it an oil well? No? I guess it's a mining thing for the natural gas then. Natural resource. Mine. Wait, what? How do I get that gas? Oh, I'm not getting any of that gas because it costs $1.1 billion to get that natural gas. I hope the water isn't similarly expensive. It is $1.4 billion. The more raw material places you have, the more it costs to get the next one. I can't afford that. I won't afford that. I'm actually just going to have to import their crappy stuff then. Damn it. Oh well, such is how it goes sometimes. Let's just make sure we got some factories set up for it. Now this mega factory is actually doing way more contracts than is needed. But I still can't help but feel that mega contracts are the way to go for these ones, so... I don't know. Maybe I'll settle for large and see how that goes. Where am I going to fit in 2 large factories though? It's so cramped. So incredibly cramped. Can this golf course screw off for a bit? I want to keep everything kind of close by here if it's for my fuel and stuff. Here you go, and I want you to make the gas contracts. Source your pipes from my own pipes, my own warehouse pipes. Natural gas, a little different. We're just going to pay Dally for theirs. And the turbines, of course, are going to come out from our own warehouse. So now we're going to have our gassy things. And another one. If I was mayor, I'd be able to move roads and things to make everything a lot better and denser. So I'll put you over here for now. Make the public water, and this is even more painful. Link up with that. Turbines, our own ones. The water, it hurts, but I'm gonna have to buy Gunnolf's water. This markup's gonna make me sick. Oh, I don't like that. And this Nick Brick is saying, who's a subsidiary now? Damn you, Nick Brick. Oh well, what can you do? You just gotta win, right? So with those coming in, once again they're gonna go through the factory loop and then get sold at my contract places. Freaking Nick Brick. Gotta wait for them to pop through though. Power is in Nick Brick's grasp and he just won't let go. That's very good, Barcode Battler. I wouldn't even scorn you for that one. Now my markup on these aren't as good as I'd like them to be because I have to pay through the bits for that natural gas. But still, I will still make my... I'll make my pound of flesh on this. Cram up the price for anybody else that wants to take them off of me. But I need it to go through my warehouse. What was that about? Turbines? Oh, look at that! In the blink of an eye, we're actually taking over the market share of turbines. We're also using them. Also, the demand for them is huge. Oh well, that's us using them, I suppose. Still. Put that input in from my own... what am I making again? It was gas. Gas contracts and water... Oh, the water thing isn't ready yet. It's okay then. Come on, give me that water thingamajigger. Stop taking so long. Pump it out. What's the problem? There are no pipes. Struggling on pipes. Why are you struggling on pipes? Why are you struggling on copper? Why in the world are you struggling on copper? You're mining it out, putting it into the inventory, putting it out on sales. The sales is working full pelt. Maybe the need for copper is higher than I thought. Let's go ham on it. Yeah, the inventory being empty is a bit of a sign. is going to be all sorts of weird if this isn't enough copper to fulfill demand. Also, it's on internal sale. It shouldn't be on internal sale. Can go to whoever wants it. It's just that I'm the one that wants it. Oh! All these other buggers are taking it from us. Okay, well, if that's how you play it. Price jack time. You really want my copper? Come and bloody get it. At least that way I'm making fat stacks of dosh off my copper. I would have thought that I would have the prime pick on my own copper. Like it would come to me to fulfill my own needs, then go to everybody else, but what do I know? Still, that's a good sign. Perhaps even a great sign. Maybe I should take over the other copper place. So, to think I'd be struggling on the pipes situation. You can't stop people from being your client, but you can jack up the price so much that they bugger off. Ravens are making kimonos. Crikey, what's going on here? I suppose as the mining stuff levels up, there'll be more to come out, but it could just be that there's so much demand for copper that I would be foolish not to go and get the other copper mine. Where was the copper again? I have managed to forget, as I often do. It would be interesting if you set a buying price as well, if in low supply. Top of the screen. Yeah, that's the lower quality copper. Maybe I should get... Oh, right, no, I can't afford it because it would cost me an arm and a leg to get that. Let's just hope these clients drop off so I can get more of my own copper here. If nothing else, as these people get more experience, they'll be able to mine it out faster. Still, that aside, we have our water contract and the gas contract. Let's make sure we're linked up with the public water. This is on internal sale at cost. The cost of this is $37.41. 37.42 is close enough. The water contract is $20, not on internal sale, but jacking up the price. Maybe that's a bit too much jacking. No other clients for our gas contract, but nobody else is selling it, so the other guy still doesn't have what he needs to sell it. Probably because he needs pipes. If everybody needs pipes and I'm the only one supplying copper, then that gives me the upper hand. And I'm really tempted to get the other copper, knowing that that's how things are going. Come on, let's get that public water through here. Excellent. I forget what the price of the water thing was, even though I just checked it, because I have no short-term memory. Water costs me $20 to make. More like 21. So we make sure we're internally selling at 21. And there we go. And now I can go back to my business shop. Wow. Despite doing nothing but having 3 floors jam-packed with energy contracts, I cannot meet demand. So I'm gonna need some more of these. Well, works for me. Let's duplicate this firm and shove it in other high value areas. You know, I don't really do anything around here. Is there a decent level of customer traffic index around here? There actually is, if you can just find a way to squeeze in, which we would if we were in charge. So I'm gonna have to check on my mayoral stuff shortly. Mayoral. I'm sure that's a word. It's tough. There is good consumer traffic index here, but there's not good space to put anything in, so I think we're still going to have to stick around with city centre here and just try and nudge our way through. 30 is not good enough. 66 is, on the other hand, very good. Give me some of that. So I'm going to sell more energy contracts here for sure. But let's also make sure that we're linked up with our other goods. Wait, why is it not showing... Oh, it's still saying energy contract. gas. It always goes over to what it's at there, which I don't like. Gas, 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 and water, water, water. That still won't be enough, I'm quite certain. There's going to be more demand for water and gas. So I should probably stick down another one that does that. Just an inkling that I'm going to be needing that. So I'm going to duplicate that firm somewhere else. Pretty good around here. There you go. I don't think I'm going to need even more energy contracts out here, but yeah, let's change you to be gas. Well, what's the difference in demands here? Energy is the highest, then public water, then gas. So let's make these two water. There she goes. I just checked the void. Pizza has its own product class, not just the frozen pizza. Seriously? Well, I'll be damned. Margarita, seafood, and veggie pizzas. And they can be sold specifically in the pizzeria. Let's run some numbers on that. I've got a spreadsheet next to me. If we look down at pizza, the demand for pizza is 3.1 for seafood, 3.8 for veggie, and 4.3 for margarita. So there's about as much demand for vegetable pizzas as there is for dog food and cat litter. Fascinating. Okay, I'll be even more fascinated if I get my hands on some fat stacks of dosh from my business shops here. Probably going to take a wee while for us to get the market share here, but our quality of them is really good thanks to our low price. Our pricing's way too low. I'm not making much of anything on that. This is nothing at all compared to my energy contracts. Why is that? I think that's because I make everything I need for the energy contract, so the price is low. Or it's because I'm selling them out of my warehouse so that... No, I did adjust the prices from the warehouse. That is scary stuff. It's going to be hard to sell these at a good rate. Okay, follow-up question. The product of... it's consumer good, retail store. The brand isn't very important. Okay, they only care about the price, and Dali is being a competitor here. I think with a bit of time, though, we'll take it over. I'll leave it in Doc Spangler's... I'll leave it in their so-called capable hands. We need to check on the politics, though. It's been 6 months since we checked in on it. It feels like even longer since we've saved. So, save new. RWLP006. Good. Crashing on this game would be very painful. Lots of things you'd have to reset up. There's a script for having the game automatically save in real time, and I forgot to run it. And you have to set them from when you start the game, which is a bit of a pain, but what you gonna do? Now, that is a very healthy looking stock price. Probably only gonna go up a whole lot more with all these contracts that we're selling. After I had pizza as its own product class, I was expecting there to be support for embargoes to prevent the import of don't start with that. Now we can check all the stuff we do and how we compare. Again, I don't care so much about market share, because as long as people are selling our product, it doesn't really matter, because we're still making the money on it. However, this does tell me something interesting. Too many people are willing to sell our strawberries, which means we're not marking up our strawberries enough. So if we come over to our strawberry place, look at that. We're only charging them £1.91 for our strawberries. That's only how much markup is that? Well, it's not enough. Holy Christ, look at the markup they're doing on our strawberries. That ain't right. You want our strawberries, you pay the big dollar for my strawberries. There we go. Like I said, you're allowed to mark up 10% on my goods. 10% and that's it. Right, who else is taking advantage of my low prices? That's supplier. I need to look at the manufacturer. Supplier. Wait, what? Yeah, because it comes from the warehouse. Where do I make my... Where do I make you? How do I quickly check where I make you? I thought I was just doing that. See? Producer. Show me producer. Supplier. Factory. That's what I wanted. Clients. The clients are making negative markup, but they're still buying them from me? I like that, but I want to keep them since they're paying me extra money for it, so I'm actually going to reduce the price so they make actual markup. It might seem weird doing this, right? They were happy taking a loss on this, but I want to keep them there because as long as they're continuing to buy them from me, I just want to sell everything I make here. Every extra that I make is more money in my bank, and it's putting my products out there on the shelves. Oh, this kind of stuff is what really drags me into the game. It doesn't matter that this game... Well, if the game looked like ass, it wouldn't matter that it looks like ass. It doesn't, though. The UI is ass. But this is almost a timeless look for it. But mechanics like this, brilliant stuff. Anybody else buying my goods? I'm unhappy that whiskey isn't capturing so much of the market share. If I'm the sole person in the market, you would expect me to have captured half of it. Question is, what's the problem? The brand is high, the quality is high. I think the price is too high. Doc Spangler, I want you to focus a little bit more on market share. We're making plenty of money as it is. I just want to sell more of something. What else do we have? Solar energy isn't being sold, but that's to be wait. No, it's a semi-product. I don't know why it's showing up here as something we're selling, but what you can do. This is a problem. My photo editor is nowhere near as good as the competitor, but the only reason I have it is so that I can make my manga. Yeah, the unfortunate truth is my competitor just makes a higher quality product. Probably sells it better as well. We are the one with branding, but his quality is just so much better than ours. We're actually selling it for a higher price. We should definitely be lowering that. What are you thinking, Doc Spangler? Don't know why you've set the price for it so high, but maybe now that I've shifted you to focus more on market share, you'll lower the price a bit. Again, you could micro this to hell and back, but once I start having more than a handful of products, I want a COO to handle that for me. A COO. Oh! People are buying up our newspapers and selling them. Again, if people are so willing to buy it like that, then why am I selling it so cheaply? Wait, where was I in the newspapers? Newspapers. My bakeries and stars are buying them up, so let's go to my bakery, go to supplier, and let's check what kind of markup they're doing. See that? Like I said, if you buy a good from me, you're allowed 10% markup. 10%. And that's barely enough to cover the costs of you setting up your own bookstore and that, I know. But look, I need that money. Oh man, this is just how cutthroat you can be. It feels so good. It's hard to really explain how good it feels. Surprisingly enough, we've actually managed to dominate on the illustration software market. I have a feeling we have a hard time selling ours. Wait, ours is lower quality, better branded, and a lower price. So even though theirs is considerably better than ours, we're just getting in there. Sweet, I like it. There's no e-commerce going on. It's probably hard for e-commerce to take off right now. Imagine preventing the export of Swedish pizza. Swedish pizza is an abomination. Okay, anybody else selling my stuff? This isn't selling, this is somebody else getting in on the market altogether on grapes. Now mine are better branded and better quality, but on the simple fact that Joja sells theirs at half the price, their crappy grapes are a real competition to ours. In fact, looking at it, they've got about half the same amount of market as we do. That's strange though, why is it showing me as having market share 78%? I don't know. Damn Joja Mart. Hopefully Doc Spangler will lower the price to try and price them out a bit. Don't like the idea that Joja's making money off of that. But that's just competition, it happens. And the longer time goes on, the more competition you're going to face on these things. Somebody's taken over our manga, I don't like that. Again, if they're willing to buy my manga, I'm not selling it expensively enough. So, the client here is making a 37% markup. How about they make a 21? Bit less, bit less. 9% markup. Make it 10. There we go. That seems a lot better. Why is it still comics though? Why are we not making manga? Okay, in 6 months we can make manga. Look at that! Naruto, Tokyo Ghoul, and Barakamon. I haven't read any of those. I've read a fair few manga, but none of those. Naruto's some kind of ninja thing. Tokyo Ghoul I don't know anything about, and I've already forgotten the name of the other one. Okay, feels good. We're up well comfortably above the billions. How's the stock situation looking? Because, you know, stock price is what matters. It's going down a bit, but when people understand the sheer amount of money we're making, they'll understand. I bet we're seen as undervalued as well. Well, the PE is at 11, certainly room to grow. Nikki, as usual, is being overvalued. The Wind Lobby is struggling so hard. Even under my protective care, they're having a hard time. Petan is struggling big time. But most of the other companies are going to the moon. Imagine if I bought up more of them back when. Rome is really struggling. Caesar's oil is a bit of a slow burn. Plenty in the public shareholder though. I could be buying up some of you. Wouldn't be too hard. You can see all the stuff I own right now. Almost all of them are profitable. Some of them omega profitable. 4,500% growth in the past 9 years for what we took out of Gias. Wind Lobby struggling. Wow, that must be a first. Okay, excellent. How are those contracts selling? Wow, demand is far greater than supply. We need more of it coming in. What's the problem? Pipes. I think pipes are the choke point for everything, and by pipes we mean copper. Yeah, but you have a lot of copper here. And you got a lot of copper here. You're not working flat out though. What's your well, actually the manufacture. Oh, that's nice. The demand for pipes is obscenely high. One medium factory is not enough to cut it. So, I'm going to make a bigger and better factory. I might even make a mega factory for pipes. No good reason not to. Let's make it happen, since everyone seems to want our pipes. And thanks to the setup, this is another reason I like putting things through the warehouse. I only need to care about the link to the warehouse. The warehouse distributes it elsewhere. Otherwise, there's a lot of different industries that would have to resource from the new factory. I could have it automated, but I don't trust the automation as much as I trust myself. So stop all that purchasing, finish off putting out the last year pipes, and you will be set up to make us the building material of pipes. That are up. Make sure you get from our warehouse all that copper. Make sure you get that from the seaport. And then you're good. People are still going to be buying the pipes from you, right? No, actually, we don't have clients on pipes. It's the copper that's hurting. Still. Oh, that's because you're on internal sale, right? Turn off internal sale. Bring the price down so people buy these. And then as soon as this mega factory is activated, I will be bringing it into the warehouse. Come on, silver surplus mega factory. There's my pipes. And let's resource these pipes from myself. Factory 30, the latest, therefore greatest one. Come to think of it, is anyone actually going to buy these off of me? I'll drop the price just to try and get these off of my hands. Someone's going to want them. Make sure we have Omega training. Make sure everybody has Omega training. I am at the point where I want a CTO. We have plenty of money for it, and it's going to speed up our R&D project, or at least I believe it will. So, Chief Technical Officer, we need somebody with some R&D expertise. So, sometimes the decision is made for you. Archibald Vial, Frank West, Princess Elodie. Those are the 3 best R&D suspects that we have. Who are we going to bring aboard? I mean, don't get me wrong, I like Frank West, but how am I meant to say no to Archibald Vial? The answer is I cannot. You're our new CTO. He wants he could have $15 billion. You're on board. You can change training budget, you may not change projects, and I don't know if I have to put you in charge to feel the benefit, but you're in charge of every R&D center. Just for the love of God, do not change the projects. I think at one point I didn't enable that, and then whoever I put in charge of the R&D centers just mucked all of my research up. It was a disaster. Okay, the pipes are flowing much better. How's the copper flowing? God, it'd be easier if I could find my copper place, isn't it? Probably in such a mess here. Probably a lot easier just to go here and say copper supplier go. Demand is still obscenely high compared to yeah, crikey, that's my supply and that's my demand. Supply is about 1/3 of demand right now. How can this be? I got rid of all of the people that were buying my copper and I still don't put out enough copper. My only client that really takes any is myself. I take the copper, and then the copper goes towards factory 23 for making pipes, but they stopped their purchase, so that doesn't matter. Do you have any... No, nobody wants these pipes, they're just kind of sitting there. We just need so much copper for pipes, that's unreal. Madness. But, to be fair, the amount of pipes we're making is eclipsing demand, so I'm a little confused about that. I don't, for some reason, have you on non-internal sale, do I? No, it's just purely going there. How is the demand so high? I have a feeling that once these guys buy in their copper, the demand is going to flatline out. Let's believe in that. Once they're full, once this place is full up of copper, probably going to stop caring so much about it. Yeah, it's probably the warehouse just stacking out. Let's not worry about it. Hopefully we'll end up with a backlog of copper once again down the line, and then I'll be able to force other people to buy my copper. Curiously, yeah, we're still the only copper place in town. There we go, right. Supply is finally catching up with demand, so I can bring my price back down to something reasonable. Oh god, that's not very reasonable for most people. There we go. Still having trouble there, but we'll get there. I'm confident we'll get there. If I have to get the other copper, I will, but it's going to complicate matters. Because then we're going to have 2 different types of copper quality going into one place. Okay, right. Maybe I'm going overboard on the pipes. The whole point of this is to make sure that I... Whoa, turbines. What's turbines' problems? The manufacturing is not going flat out. Because I'm out of engines. What's the problem with the engines? Engines seem fine. What's the problem with my turbines? Well, for one, they're on internal sale, which they shouldn't be. Am I just still filling you up with turbines? No, those turbines are just getting eaten up like nobody's business. We need more turbines. Well, dang. I didn't think I'd be in such high... I didn't think turbines would be in such high demand. Maybe it's just because you don't pump out that many of them. Is someone else buying your engines? I don't think the number of it... Well... Yeah, actually, Nolan Oil is, but they're barely buying any of them. I think it's just that I need more engines. Crivens, this... The demand on engines and turbines is, hefty. I'm a little discouraged because if I build multiple factories, then they have to go into a warehouse in multiple slots. That complicates matters. Small factory squeezed in there might do it. 2 small factories might do it, but you know, I pretty much need double the amount of engines if I'm going to fulfill that turbine need. And these public contracts are in trouble. Okay. More turbines, more engines. Maybe I can have a dedicated warehouse here set up just for the engines, pipes, and turbines rather than putting them through here. Yeah, that would make a bit of sense, wouldn't it? So, warehouse... Is a medium warehouse the same size as a large one? No, it's slightly smaller. I was meant to check on politics and I didn't. We'll check on this after that then. Okay, here you go. Let's just mash you in for all the floors. And now... And now... Stop bringing in the engines and the pipes here. Instead, here, we're going to bring in... Oh boy, do I really have 2 factories for the pipes? But this way I can suck out all the pipes from that other place, so that's okay. So pipe and pipe. And I want the engine coming in here from the factory. And I want the... What was the other thing? Probably the turbines. Turbine from the factory. And now... Again, these things, they're not quite maxed out. 1 factory for the turbine might be okay. Thinking about it. It's just the engine problem that needs to be dealt with. So what if I have a couple of wee factories just tucked in here? 2 small engine factories. I don't know the scale of operations for them, but... Ugh, I also really don't like that small factory bad. We need a big boy in charge here. Maybe even a huge one. Big mega engine factory. That's where it's at. What was engine again? Was it a mid-product? A semi-product? Yeah, engine, go. Max out the training. And now the engines that come out here is also going to go into this warehouse. Oh, I should probably make sure that you're sourcing things. No, it's just steel from the seaport, isn't it? There you go. No need for internal sale. And what do I price my engines at? About 2 grand. And then into here. We pop the other engines. There we go. Now I need to make sure that the engines are sourced from this warehouse instead. Although I'm currently drinking these ones. Maybe I'll wait until this one dries up. After all, if engines are what I'm after, it shouldn't take too long to drain this. No, actually, there's a fair amount of engines hanging around here, isn't there? Yes, Pinkie Pie is around here, Celestia. What does Pinkie Pie actually do? Good question that I'm asking myself. Persons, sort by name, go down to P. LMNO, Pinkie Pie. Pinkie Pie is the CEO of Communism Labs. So if we check out Commie Labs, there we go. Pinkie Pie is pretty rich. I have 160 million. As the chairman of... unfortunately, Communism Labs isn't doing that great, I think. Yeah, their stock price is kind of dipping. Might be time to invest in communism, actually. Their R&D centers pull a loss as expected, but they've got a lot of retail going on. They got any owned securities? No. It's worth looking into companies that have a lot of owned securities, because if those dip, their value dips, and it's a good opportunity to buy them up. Yeah, Barcode, I imagine people that can't watch the stream but tune in by listening are going to hear some weird stuff like that. You're still getting supplied by Factory 24. I could probably start turning off Factory 24, but what I should really be doing is cutting this off. Can't I just remove this? How do I unlink you? Stop inputting this. Oh, supply is stopped. Okay, that's good. You'll finish off all your engines, and then I'll be able to link things that need engines to you. And really, it's just you that needs the engines. But maybe it isn't an engine shortfall now that I look at it. This place is working flat out on the engines that it brings in. I'm starting to think that what you need are engines here instead of zinc. Because look at that, they're working flat out to bring in engines, but they're barely working at all to bring in zinc. I think the arrangement of this is off. I think it is completely off. Right, I'm gonna do this a little differently. I'm gonna believe that I know better. I want you to bring in engine and yeah, link this one with engine as well. And then this should be the zinc. Let's see if you do better now. Because the turbines are voracious for engines. Hey, we need to get Hitler as an advisor. He was a fine enough advisor. So now two of them are working flat out and bringing in engines. At least this other manufacturing unit's working. Triple-headed razor. So now finally people of Grimsby can shave. Okay, I put it off for way too long. How are we doing on the politics? Nice. Mos Morris has most popular support. I'm going to drop down their funding significantly. And then they should still be able to take control, and then we'll be able to do what we want with the city. Yeah, one of the many characters in our mod here is Der Führer from Persona 2. And I think we had him in as an advisor. We probably did. Alright, the engines are looking good. It's still the turbines that are struggling. But at least now I'm making a lot more of them. I still think, though, that I need another turbine factory. So what I can do is I can just duplicate you and slam you down. Really, really running out of space here. There you go. Just make sure that you... Yeah, you're supplying from the warehouses. And then once you have popped out... Once you've popped out a turbine for me, we'll make sure that the turbines come in through this warehouse as well. Pipes, pipes, da-da-da, turbine. And we check turbine, but not from warehouses, from the latest factory. And now we make sure that the gas contracts are getting their turbines. Make sure that they get their turbines from our latest factory instead of factory 8. They should get it from factory 9. This is factory 9, right? Yeah, it is good. So you do that, and you also do that. Okay, that should have solved the problem. If it didn't, then woe is me. I might just... it's not really a... well, it is a problem. I'm not maximizing the amount of money that I can make, and I'm trying to make it that I am. Real World Longplay 007. Alright. I'm happy. I'm happy having 1.3 billion in the bank. Manga! We finally have manga. It'll take a bit for us to flush out all those filthy Western comics, but soon manga is going to be on our bookshelves here. Let's check out how our bookshop is performing. It's been making solid profit ever since we stopped paying over the odds for the illustration software. New person at the helm of the bank. We're no longer in boom time, we're only in expansion time. I wonder if a bust is on its way. We are fulfilling demand. Look at that though, we got some competition on the books. Competition on the comics though, is that our own competition? Comic set. Yeah, it's just you making markup on our comics, which is fine. Finally, ibuprofen to help with the pain of living in Grimsby. Speaking of living in Grimsby, we are now in control of how people live in Grimsby, and my god, there's 40 billion in the bank. 40 billion in the bank of Grimsby. I can do whatever I want with this city. We also make huge profits, probably off of tax. Which means... it means a lot of things, actually. Goodness gracious, I rather like this. So, city. We can set policies here. We can set tax rate, corporate tax rate. Since we have so much money, surely the corporations shouldn't have to pay so much tax. We can bring up unemployment benefits so that we get even more annual migrants. Wow, this city is doing great. But since now Moss Morris is the mayor of Grimsby, we control exactly what to do with that budget for 5 years unless we get kicked out. So, the biggest problem I think I have is that the state owns the advertising. So every penny I pay in advertising is going to the state. That's not good, isn't it? It should be in the favor of the people, and I am one of the people. So let's go to Government Corporation, and we're looking for all media firms. So the government has their own radio station, which lots of people are getting in on. I honestly think this should be for sale, and oh, it's for sale. I think I'll buy that. Oh crikes, it costs a bit more money than I thought. 412 million. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Got any other firms going? Newspaper firm? Okay, the government's on to me. The government's really on to me. I could buy these, but I'm not willing to pay $500 million when I could use that to set up my own competing media firm. Alright, you win this time, government. How much are you selling big buildings for, big apartments for? Quite a lot of money. Well, I'm not getting into the... I'm not getting into this game. Save that for the perfect run. But it's just good to know that we can do that. City's doing great. Time to change that. It's actually working well for me that we're in constant expansion time. I could drop the rent even, but I don't think there's many... I don't think there are many people not wanting to come into here. Look, quality of life. None of the quality of life things are causing emigration. Most of them are amazing. Housing and community facility rating could be better. So what I could actually do is drop the cost of apartments. Auto-managed media firms. Yeah, sure, why not? Would be quite nice if the city built up a lot of stuff for me. Because I'd like to expand and have more places to put in specifically my shops. So here's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking I'll come along and I'll buy a bunch of land. Sure, it's expensive, but it was always going to be expensive. Maybe a bit more than that. I don't like you being here, so bye-bye. This is what I'll really be using the money for. The government money will be used to force others to relocate. So let's say I own all of this. Maybe I could own a little bit more than that, let's be reasonable. Yeah, let's get some of these guys to just clear off, shall we? Maybe even more so than that. Let's take all of this out of my way, scumbags. Alright, that's okay. I'm also going to get rid of some of this. I think it's a bit of a loss for me, but... No, actually, I don't want to sell that part. I'm going to sell this part. Okay, and maybe a little bit around here. And now I'm going to make the government build up some nice new... the fanciest apartments around. The government has to pay for these. Can we get some nice little civic buildings here as well? Most of the civic buildings are really big. Doesn't stop me building some of them around here though. I think all of the civic buildings are rather large. Yeah, I think they're all at least 3 by 3. In that case I want a little bit more land for myself. Alright, getting back to what the government is doing. Some more apartments here, please. Just so that this all has good consumer index and whatnot. I'll slam another one over here. We could have a little bit of a sports facility, tennis court for example. And the civic building will be... museum perhaps? Yeah, just slam a museum down there. And can we have a little park? Yeah, we can have a wee park here as well. Any more for any more? Actually, it'd be good to have a commercial building around here. Slam you over here. Any room for any more? Yeah, slam you down over there as well. And now, I own this land, so when I put down my buildings around here, they will immediately get quite good consumer traffic index. Honestly though, I think it could be better. I'm going to allow more civic buildings. Civic building here, I'll leave myself a 3 by 3 space there. Civic building there, leave myself a 3 by 3 here. And then the government can make its own decision, not influenced by me whatsoever, to slam down fire station. Ooh, fire station's quite good. There we go, and maybe even grade school, hospital, museum, a library. Can't go wrong with a library. Okay, so now when I start building things here, they're going to have nice consumer traffic index, and other people are not allowed to build here. Similar, I want a lot more space for doing things. It's getting really crowded here. It's high time I was given free rein to use the land as I want. Why is there a high school here? Can we just get rid of this or move this? Costs, oh, well, I can put it over here next to this other lovely land that I have. Kinda want this to be a nice industrial zone for me. I know I already have all this industrial zone, but it's getting really packed and it would take forever to move all these people away. But if I can now focus on over here, especially since we've got some lovely coal to be had, what I would do for that though is I would also change the zoning to say that, you know, anyone could do anything here. We want to encourage small businesses. Yeah, that sounds about right. Encourage small businesses. Problem is there are too many small businesses, so let's tell them to shove off. Shove them into the corner or something. Get the hell out of here. A library. We can stock the manga. I think my school library actually had a little bit of manga in it. And eventually they just started selling their stuff, so I just grabbed it. They had to sell some stock, and I just took it for myself, as well one should. I'm just using the government's money to relocate all of these firms away from here. And I'm probably going to buy up this land to just use industrially, so I don't need to worry about all these other companies getting in my way. Just casually telling everybody to screw off. This isn't free, by the way, it is costing money. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about that salt mine. But I could take Etsy and tell Etsy to sod off. Get the heck out of here. Yeah, I don't like your factory being here, Special Tactics and Rescue. You have to move away as well. Anything else? Oh yeah, Speed Racist has a factory here that I don't think does anything, but away it goes. What's the purple zone on the map? Purple zone? Map? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, right, you mean this purple zone. Purple zone means that it can only be residential commercial, you can't have industry on it. Which is why I removed it here, and I'm going to use this as my industrial center. Pardon me. Getting all sorts of hiccups from the excitement of playing more of this. Get out of here. And again, this isn't costing me, it's costing the city. City has 4.7 billion. City now has 4.7 billion. It's good for them, isn't it? But yeah, I just want all these people out of my land. I hope I can afford it all. It's going to be quite expensive. I'm also going to rejig the roads a bit. The roads aren't great. How am I going to do that, though? Here we go. Demolish road. Let's get rid of most of this road here. No, not that bit of road, please. That road. This road. This is a good enough place for me if I buy this out, so... Build road. And then the question is, how wide do I want this? Because some places need to be as thick as 4. I don't have many places that are 3 thick, though. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. If I just have this road coming along, like so. And then we do again here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. This really feels like I'm doing some Caesar 3ing. So yeah, I can have mega factories here, and I can have smaller things. I'm in a bit of a pickle if I need 3x3s though, haven't I? Maybe I should make one of them 6 wide so I can slam 3x3s on it. Yeah, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And that means from here we come along. And then how thick are you? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 5 isn't very good. But it means I can do 3 on one side, 2 on the other. And then this just becomes my area, which has a nice ring to it. My area. So if we come out of this, become ourselves, and I'm just going to be buying up this land. Ow, this is expensive. Ow, this is very expensive. I can't buy everything around that coal. I also can't afford the coal, so it's a bit of a problem for me. Now this is a bad move for me, because I'm wasting a lot of money. I'm not immediately going to be putting this land to use. So I'm spending money without making any returns on it. But it's going to make it a lot easier for me to continue my operations over here without being interrupted. Without other people building here, which honestly isn't a problem. It's not a problem that other people build on this land. I think I stopped anyone from building that coal. You shouldn't be able to do that. Cool, works for me. So, like I said, my land cost me tons of money. Maybe I should just finish it off and take the stuff over here as well. Nah, this is surely plenty. No, we're not choosing anything here. This is the corruption that is afforded to you by getting into governance. If I want the government to build anything here, I could sell the land to them and have them build it up, but there's nothing I need done here. This is just purely for me to set up industrial stuff. Speaking of, now we should make sure that other AIs... Oh, this is where it can get very cruel. Having allowed myself this area to do industry, I can then tell the AI that they're not really allowed to do industry in other places. I wonder... Yeah, that doesn't stop existing factories, but it could really stop them building up other industries. That seems a little too cruel. I'm not going to do that, but it is a funny, very funny idea. So thanks to being in governments, and this has still cost me a lot of money, but it's there. I now have I have the ability to set up my own stores here for places that have good consumer traffic index. But before I do any of that, I think what I would do is I would forcibly relocate people who are in amazing consumer traffic index areas and build my own stuff there. Very cruel, but I can do it. And yes, this is TTD music, fish lips. Alright, that's enough playing around with governance for a little bit. We have this place to set up industry, and we can get back to seeing how our contracts are doing. If they are doing well, then we're going to start looking into what industry we do next. There's still huge demand for water, and slightly less huge demand for this, but why? It is still the turbine problem. A new chairman with the inflation dove. They're at the helm of the central bank. Oh, whoa, 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 I just lost control of the wind lobby. That's prophetic. How? Did they issue some stocks or something? What happened there? Didn't I own 70-something% of the wind lobby? What the hell happened? How did they put that much into the public? Maybe I didn't take over the wind lobby. Maybe I only took over Petan. Still though, damn you, pepperoni. However, on the other hand, it's good news for me. If you made that into the public shareholder, it means I can buy that up with very little problem. It's not cruel at all. If they didn't want it to happen to them, they should have bought out the election. Couldn't have said it better myself, so I didn't. Did you leave them able to issue shares? That might be the problem. No, it doesn't change the fact that I'm buying them back up. Expensive, but I need to make sure that they don't have such dire controls anymore. I only need another 1 and a bit %. Corporation, subsidiary, Petan, management policies, expanded insurance. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you sell tech or not. There we go, the issuing of shares, not allowed. You as well, pepperoni. No issuing of new shares, I don't care how much financial trouble you're in. See, you're actually making profit now. Petan is not, but they're trying. That's fine though, if they really get too broke I can bail them out. I just want to have control over the insurance industries. Still having trouble meeting demand for... Well, it's honestly for turbines, isn't it? These are all internal sale, and they should be internal sale at cost. What am I doing here? Since I've done so much of it, it's hard for me to keep track of everything that's going on here. Ooh, the Rattay Merchant Guild got acquired by Bulwark's Ravens. That means we're going to have a new person joining in soon enough. Is this still my only turbine place, or did I set up another one? No, I set you up for turbines, and it's still not enough. But again, you're on internal sale for way too much. Bring that down. Down to cost. You're saying it's costing so much for these, but that's because I am not selling those engines out at the right cost. See, this is so much stuff being messed up because I'm not... because I've made multiple factories for one good. It's not good. Those engines only cost 400 or so. Still though, the sheer demand for these means it's money that's just sitting on the shelf. Where is my business shop? Energy contracts are still not even meeting demand here, but at least we're doing all right on those. Making that profit. It's not as profitable as I would like, though. In fact, that markup is nearly non-existent on the public water. Damn it, Spengler, there's money to be made here, and we're not making it all. Might cut my losses on this one, though. Oh, Christ, there's still a lot of people that want my energy contracts. Do we have loads of energy contracts coming in? How are we on production of those? Getting really hard to find everything. I can use info to find them easier, but it clutters up the UI a little bit. So those energy contracts are made... where again? Come on, Jake. Activate those eyes. I'm having such a hard time seeing this. Ah, that's because I put them over here. There we go. We make plenty of them, so it is 120% a question of not being able to shift enough of them through our business stores. Interesting problem to have. I like it. Tells me I need more business stores. Well, maybe I could make use of this land that I just set up here. The occupancy rate on these apartments is growing pretty quickly. Looks like it'd be hell to manage as the buildings get even denser. That's why you eliminate the competition and ensure that you have all of the buildings first. I saw Wynn issue new stocks 3 times just a few minutes ago. They must have been desperate for money. It's alright though, I buy them all up. So, where's one of those business places? Yeah, there is so much demand for these. It's crazy the amount of demand for them. They're not buying them in as fast as they could. Probably because they're not selling them as fast as they could. Still, if there's that much demand for energy contracts, who am I to say no to it? We will duplicate the firm. And yeah, I have just artificially created a lovely place with good consumer index here. Could be better, sure, but I can improve it by selling land to the government and making them build more apartments here. So I'm going to build one here. And I think I'm going to be a real jackass. And I'm going to find a really busy part of town and tell someone else to screw off. Or I could just... Where's really good around here that I don't already have a business shop? Yeah, something around here. I mean, I have a business shop right here, but the consumer traffic index is like 99 here. So if I just took Gypsy Moth's mega store and told them that they have no choice but to relocate over here... Sorry, Gypsy Moth, I'm not sorry. But, oh, look at this prime real estate that's just opened up. It would be pretty good if some devilishly handsome owner decided to slap down... Oh, consumer index went way down because I lost that store, but there's still some good points in here. I think I'll take that bit right there. And I'm thinking about just buying up the rest of the land for myself so that I can use this later. Very nice. Energy contracts. You're not selling any actual energy, just the contracts, like a phone contract. Part of it is actually producing the things for it. So to make a... Where's the energy contract? The energy contract here is... Where's the best place to show it? Manufacturer's guide, of course. The energy contract requires solar energy, so I need to actually produce the energy. And I produce that energy by making the solar panels, and those solar panels are made of these components, which themselves are made of things which are made of things. And some of that I control the full production chain of, some of them I do not. Happy to see that profit of ours going up and up, but I feel like we're slowing down on the profit we're making, because we are, one, not making much of a markup on these contracts, and two, we just can't get them out fast enough. What's the problem? The problem is turbines. Why is turbines the problem? Here's the turbines. Didn't I set up a mega turbine factory? Well, here's my turbine factory. What's your problem? That looks fine. That looks fine. It's engines. It's still engines. Ah. Getting too tied up in the engine problem here. So the engines that you bring in, it claims that the demand isn't actually that high for them. What am I to make of that? There's plenty of demand for them here. They're bringing in the steel. There's hot demand for steel. That's okay, I think. I'm actually unsure what the problem is here. I can narrow it down to engines, but why is engines a problem? I got this thing set up. Apparently it says the demand for engines is nowhere near. Nowhere near. Oh right, this is on... shouldn't be on internal sale for one. But it goes into this factory, this warehouse. How can it then say that there's not enough? Oh, maybe the throughput isn't enough. Look, the output is working super hard. So maybe the fact that it's going into a medium warehouse, the medium warehouse can't handle the output. Yeah, that's probable. Workers and resources is early access, so I'm not playing it. Simple as. Right, got it. That's the problem. The problem is it's being choked at the warehouse. So, factory 031 needs to come in here again. Make sure it's engines from 031, goes in and out. And I'm going to do it again even. Engine from 031 comes in and out. And then you will probably suddenly find that your demand is going to go up a wee bit. Hopefully you do. Monthly purchases of 4 million there. Output's only working at 4%, it'll hopefully go up a bit. 18, 20, yeah, people are bringing in those engines now. Still at a loss for why it's not keeping up there. Again, it's not the end of the world, I'd just rather know exactly what my problem is here. I do think it is the throughput of only a medium warehouse. I just never expected that engines and turbines would be things that I need to flow through here as quickly and readily as I do. Because, well, actually, no, you're full of that. It is all on those turbines. I thought the implication was that we were setting up a place with solar panels and then selling that energy to them, but I guess it doesn't matter too much either way. Oh, it's going up. There we go, right, the flowing is finally starting to flow, those turbines. Thanks to actually... oh god, I've maxed it out again. Do I have any spare space in here? I need even more of these engines coming through. Alright, note to self in the future, use large warehouses. I'm just surprised that there's such a huge demand for these turbines. Maybe it can only push through so many of them? I don't know. Ooh, Factorio Friday Facts. I'd love it if somebody pinged me with that in the cord so I can read it later, because I will forget otherwise. We did it! We solved the issue. By pushing through tons of engines through the warehouse, we now actually are somewhat keeping up with the demand of public water. However, that's only with a small, very small amount of of the market share captured. That's a little worrying, truthfully. But that's alright. Consider yourself pain. Okay, cheers to that. Okay. Man, we've been at this for 4.5 hours, but you know what? It's still not enough. Today, let's do one more product. Chat, what would you like us to get into? Here's a long list of the products, although there's the alternative of going digital. Ignoring software, there's a lot of things we can do online as well. Online needs setup of internet infrastructure, but it doesn't need the production of goods like manufactured goods do. Of course, there is also the option to go farming for things. I'll take what I can see in chat, and if it's something that we can actually get into, we'll go for it. Did I see grapefruits? Damn, I said I was going to buy a bunch of grapefruits today, and I was down at market, and I actually couldn't tell if they were grapefruits or if they were just large oranges, so I decided to hesitate. Is it possible to make dance pads? It's not possible to make dance pads, although now that you've said that, I'm going to have to check. Isn't there video games? There's toys. Balloons, board games, cards, blocks, game consoles, mini cars, coloured pastels, puzzles, toy figures, racing cars, dolls, tricycles, and consoles. Nintendo Vez, Super Vez, Vez 64, the Vez Cube, Nintendo Me, Nintendo U, PlaySystem, PlaySystem 2, PlaySystem 3, 4, the Y-Box, can't believe they didn't make that into a Y shape, the Y-Box 360 and the Y-Box 1. Amazing. Protozomax says it's gotta be one of those. Original console, do not steal. We actually have access to all of these. I don't know who's making CPUs. It's entirely the Seaport. Okay, well I can take those in from the Seaport. Seaport's given us that as well. We don't have the tech, but we could make the tech. We're gonna get into video games? I think we're gonna get into video games. The video games need to seem the same thing as the handheld game console. We already have 2D graphics, but we need mobile game interface to invent it. But we could. Alright, time to get into video games. That'll be the last thing we do here today. Means we need a bit of tech. So let's, well, we're going to migrate from here. A lot of stuff is going on here. I want to do it a little elsewhere, even though that's closer to the seaport. Doesn't matter. We set up this place for it. It's nice and clean, so we'll put it to use. Since we already have this, I can use the stuff that I haven't bought first, which would be rather nice for me. So R&D, we need R&D done. And Archibald Vial is going to make sure that... Ooh, wrong kind of R&D. I need tech R&D. Where's our tech R&D at? I'm sure I have some going here. I was certain I set up some tech R&D somewhere. Didn't I? Thought we did it here. Here we go. Let's add this one in. So we've got tech R&D set up. But hang on, is it tech R&D or is it software? It's probably tech R&D. Layout, tech R&D. I would like mobile game thingamajiggers, mobile game interface. Hire the best. Give them, oh Christ, what's the minimum technology that I need for that? Minimum technology required is 30. 30. That's going to take a year, but we'll get there. Still, what we already have... Oh, no, we need video game interface and 3D graphics. It's going to take a year to get into these. Oh, that's fine, we can do it. Just means we need 2 more of you. So let's use the lesser known duplicate firm button. Slam those over here. And I've already forgotten what it was. 3D graphics and video game interface. 3D graphics and video game interface. Video game interface. Go, go, go. On top of that, I suspect video games console and handheld game console need their own tech? Or do they only look at these techs? I don't actually know. I really don't know. Maybe it is a product, maybe it's not. Let's set up a little R&D center just to check if I wanted a product R&D. do you do video games? Toys? No, it's only based on that tech. Okay. Unless it doesn't show up in here unless you know about it, but that's fine. I'll just trash you and keep the land. So it's going to take a year before this stuff is ready to go, so there's no point in paying much attention to that for 1 year. So what do we do for a year? Corner the balloon market. I like the way you think. Right, balloons. Nobody is on balloons. It takes nylon and rubber. Who is producing either of those? I'd love to know who's got the rubber market, please. Not sure it's going to show me here. There must be a way to see it though. We saw it before. Rubber. Rubber is being produced by a bunch of different people at competitive rates. So since a bunch of different people make it, it shouldn't be too hard for us to get our hands on it. I could make it myself, but nah. If other people are making it, why? Well, it's a plant product. Farmer guide. When can I sow rubber? Sowing month is in May, which is past, so no, we'll just buy in the rubber that we need. What about nylon? I'm going to show my ignorance and say, how do we make nylon? Manufacturer's guide for balloons. Nylon is made from polyester. Also, nylon is completely cornered by Banner ink. Polyester is made by ravens. Man, lots of different stuff made in. You could go into apparel big time in this game. Very cool, but I think we'll just import those things that we need there. What's the goal of this long play? That's a difficult question. The goal of this long play was to feel out the real world mod, to figure out if we wanted to do real world mod in our perfect game. And I honestly think the answer is yes. It's better than I thought, and I would have a hard time going back to vanilla after this. The perfect run of this will probably be starting next week, but honestly, it could easily start tomorrow. Dangerous thoughts, I know. See what we can do with it yet. Is there an even bigger mod? I think this is as big as it gets for adding those sorts of goodies. Right, R&D Center. I feel bad for having destroyed it already, but it's coming straight back. And it's going to... Here we go. Products. We want all of the toy tech we can get, and we're going to corner that balloon market. Every 2 years. I may have to buy it, says Acro. Well, don't you worry, I've got your back there. If you want the game... Here we go. The developers gave me a bunch of keys to hand out for my streams. They were apparently quite happy about the renewed interest in the game following these streams. Feels dangerous having this kind of power. But here you go, Acro. Here's a key to the game. You can punch it into their own website and register it to get the copy yourself. Of course, if you don't get that one because someone else snipes you on it, like a rude individual, here's a second version. There you go. Now let's get to those balloons. I didn't check and see how balloons are done on this. Balloons, actually it's the tech that matters more than the material quality, so hopefully it's still good quality, but we'll see what we can make here. What is the demand for balloons? I've got a list here in an external thingamajigger here. External, there's a word for it. Open Office calc sheet. Demand for balloons is only 1.1, so there's not a lot of demand for them. Means I can probably just settle down with one small factory, and that'll be okay. So here we go. You make me some balloons. And it's interesting to see where we're going to get this from. There's a lot of suppliers of rubber. The best quality... Well, would you look at that? The Ravens offer the best quality at the cheapest price. Wait, no they don't. That's more expensive than I thought. That's freight I'm looking at. However, freight is a big consideration here, so get me that. As to the nylon, there's only one option, and my god, it's expensive. These balloons better sell for big money. Just watch out for inflation if you're getting it. Oh my. Okay, come on, buy that stuff in and make me some balloons. There's our balloons. Now actually, we make the balloons mega cheaply. We'll let anybody buy these for a little bit of a markup. But we are going to have our own shop. Now we need to see where we can sell these. Balloons go in toy stores. Do video game consoles go in toy stores? They do. How big is a toy store? I think it's quite large. No, it's a 2x2. Are there any bigger stores? You see, bigger stores get more throughput or more customers attracted. Actually, given the demand for things, that might not be an issue. Still, retail store, toy store. Actually, what's the demand for video game consoles? 0.6. Wow, it's really low. The variance in demand is huge in this game. Still, toy store. E. Here you go. And for now, we're just going to be purchasing in and selling our very own balloons. This is probably not going to make it a very profitable place. Oh, I forgot a vital ingredient, and that is to make damn well sure that you've got a warehouse. Now I know that the demand is low for these, so I can quite happily just use a crummy medium warehouse here. Use this, make sure that balloons, silver surplus balloons go in. These don't need to be on internal sale. Get the balloons through the system. Make sure that these are on internal sale at cost, and the cost is about 10 cents. And then we go back over to our toy store, make sure that they source those from my warehouse. And then, what does Doc Spangler want to charge for these? Well, we'll know if we put Doc Spangler in charge. We've got time to burn until the Video King console is ready anyway. They really want to do a lot of advertising on the balloons. That is cute. But nobody wants to buy balloons if they're at that low quality. Come on, you gotta ditch the price a bit here. Get a bit of market share first. Doesn't anybody want our balloons? Come on, folks. Oh, there we go, there we go. People are buying them now. Show me that profit. The cost plus freight starts going up a bit. Yeah, it takes a while to grab the market share, but there it is. It's not exactly making this a profitable place yet. Funnily enough, you don't make the big money selling balloons. Internal sale. Do you have to sell to yourself the products you make between chains? Yes. So let me talk it through. I might as well. Although I'm going to take a drink first because this is thirsty stuff to think about. Well, that is amazingly thematic. The cart pushers just invented the hybrid car. I'll keep an eye on how the products for our competitors are doing later on. So, let's start from the very, very start. Not even the balloons here. Let's trace our rubber. So, it all starts on this farm. This farm grows rubber plants, and then they process it into rubber. Lucky them. Now, that rubber is getting sold from this farm, and the farm sets the price. Now, the rubber is costing this farm $0.07, 7 cents per unit of rubber. And the farm is selling it at $1.49. Nice markup. Who's buying it? Well, it's owned by the Ravens, and the Ravens are selling it to themselves. So this farm is making a profit by selling it to the factory that the Raven has. But that does mean that the company's paying itself, so it doesn't mean anything to the company. It's just changing hands, but it's staying within the company. Nothing relevant happening there. What's relevant is that I am paying them $1.49 per unit of rubber. So it's going over to my factory here, which makes the balloons. So I have now, this factory, using my money, has paid $1.49 plus freight to get that rubber in here. So it's using that to make balloons. So it takes the nylon, which is also being bought in, with the rubber to make a balloon. A bunch of rubber can make a lot of balloons here. So on average, each balloon is costing me 10 cents. So It's spending money to get these ingredients, and of course spending money on wages for people and training, which I'm now doing. And then the balloons are sold to this warehouse. So this warehouse is paying this factory, again just using my money, so it's closed loop, it's all just my money exchanging hands within my own company, so I'm not losing anything by selling internally. But that's how this factory makes its profit. It's selling these balloons to my own warehouse. If other people were buying my balloons, they'd be paying me $2.53 each. So now the warehouse has the balloons, and the warehouse itself is now going to sell to my shop. But what I'm doing is I'm making sure that the warehouse sells it at cost. So even though the warehouse is buying in the balloons for $2.50, it's selling them to myself for only 10 cents. So the warehouses always make a big loss. That's okay though, because I make that money back by selling the balloons in my toys shop for how much? Yeah, $1.72 each. That's quite a bit. Well, good for me. That means that this place will, when it eventually sells some balloons, make a profit. The reason I have a different selling price in the factory and the warehouse is that the factory will also sell it to other people who want to buy my balloons. Now that's a little bit too expensive for them, so I'm actually going to drop that down quite a lot. And maybe I'll attract some people that want to buy my balloons. Doesn't matter if I do or don't. Some places do have other customers. Who does have other customers? Easiest to check this over at the products page. My products, that is. This isn't the right one. Here we go. Here's an excellent example. Blueberries. The blueberries are made over here in this farm. Lots of blueberries are made, way more than there's demand for. So the farm makes these blueberries, and it only costs me 3 cents per kilo of blueberries. That's insane. But still, we have clients. I buy most of them for myself to sell. But look at this. Communism Labs are buying up my blueberries for their supermarket. And by God, they're doing a good job of it, because they're marking it up 115% themselves. And I can look at that. These are my blueberries. And they're selling them at $4.39. They have to, because if you buy from somebody that also sells a good, you have a price agreement there. So I have a bit of a problem there. Nobody should be making that kind of markup on my goods, so I'm kind of glad I checked this now. These blueberries are no longer going to be sold at such low prices. The price is going way higher, way higher. There we go. On top of that, I'm going to go to my own place and check the price that I am selling those at. So I sell them at my own shop here. Why does it have its own factory? Well, never mind. My own shop is selling these way too cheaply. Let's bring up the price. Actually, it's up to Doc Spengler how the prices go, so it doesn't really matter what I change there. Still though, that is how it all works. If you're selling to yourself, it doesn't really matter. That's called internal sale. But if you're selling to other clients, then you're going to want to manage the price that you make sure you sell the goods at. Yeah, the website is, let's say it's a blast from the past for this game. Where are we looking at? Oh, I'm just waiting for my my video game consoles to be done. How's that coming along? About a quarter of the way there. Actually, this is kind of funny. The demand for balloons is higher than I'm actually able to produce here. And the manufacturing is flat out. I find that really, really rather funny. I didn't think the demand for balloons would be so high. What I'm going to do then is actually I'm just going to demolish the... I'm going to demolish that factory and make a bigger one, because obviously people like balloons. Screw it. Large factory for balloons. The balloon market is clearly there. Let's set it up. Let's make sure we're buying in the best of the best again. It was the Ravens who had the best quality rubber for me at the best price, taking freight into account. Only one option for nylon, and that's Factory 034, which I'm going to have to link you with once it produces something. We finally have a calculator. I'm being alerted that my supply of balloons has stopped, but that's okay. I can just relink it. And now the balloons will flow once more. Although, let's make sure they flow at ridiculously high markup. Good. No need for internal sale. Compact washing machine. I always wished I had a combi washer dryer, but I hear they aren't very good. And again, I also hear that portable air conditioners aren't very good, but I'm satisfied with my one. The website actually works without JavaScript, so that's a play. Yeah, because there's nothing for it to run. Okay. Groovy. Right, we have so much of the market for balloons here. Oh, I just realized that small factory was fine. The reason there was so much demand for it was because the warehouse is filling up. I made a mistake. I should have just kept a small factory. Oh well, that was on me. We'll just keep the large factory. Overproduction of balloons it is. I mean, look, the population is growing and growing. It's doubled since the start of the game. Eventually there'll be a huge demand for these balloons. Funnily enough, if I was playing with multiple cities, which is the normal way to play, then a large factory for balloons would almost make sense. If there were 10 different cities with 1 million people, that'd be a lot more demand. But at least I'd only need that one factory for it. There we go, this looks good. Wow, I'm really cornering the market on balloons. I didn't think it'd be that easy, but Doc Spengler knows how to market those. Halfway there for the video games. Want to make sure that all of my other goods are running a-okay. Product details, products, our products. Yeah, all products, why not? Yeah, that's all products that we deal with. So balloons are looking good, we're the only one making them, we own most of the market share. Barley we don't need to care about because nobody buys raw barley. We got about half of the beer market, we'd probably need to Wow, Archibald Vial demands a massive raise. I like that tenacity, you can have it. Yeah, if I wanted to get the rest of the beer market, I'd have to either significantly lower the price of my beer or bring in a crappy competitor with low quality but low price, and that'll grab these people. These people aren't buying my beer because it's too expensive. It is because it's too expensive and not any problems with supply and demand. No, there's plenty of supply. Plenty of supply. Excellent. I love being able to see all this information on the products. All these people fighting over my blueberries. The battle waging on between the books. My solitary staying at the top when it comes to the booze. The manga. The manga is out there. How is it going on the copper, by the way? Did I finally price people out of buying my copper off of me? We do have a client here. Markup might be a bit steep. Apparently there's no demand for copper anymore. Strange how that goes. I'm going to drop the price. See if I can't entice people into buying in my copper. I mean, what's the alternative? I am the only person with copper. If people wanted copper before, what are they going to do now? There's also this copper. Wow, everyone's demanding the big raises off of me. This copper's on internal sales, so I don't need to care about it being a cheaper price. Anything else for me to concern myself with on this list? Oh, nice. We are really pricing out the competition when it comes to engines. Not so much on illustration software, but that's not really where we're competitive at. Oh wow, he dropped the price of his engines big time. Remember what? Didn't he used to sell those engines for $3,000 each? And now we've forced him to bring it down to 700. It's still profitable, but nowhere near as profitable as it was before. Because when we brought in our engines, he made a loss, and now he's struggling to make a profit here. Sorry, Marvin, nothing personal. We are. Maybe I need to drop the price of my own engines. Because mine are going for big money. But this is okay. See, we're selling engines to people that are happy to pay more for it. One unfortunate thing is that I need to manually adjust these for my own improving tech. Because we can definitely charge more for these. I'd probably surrender a bit of market share on that though. Nice. God, I love it. I just love this back and forth here. Those gas contracts, and probably also the water contracts, though, I'm struggling on those, and I still don't fully understand why. Where's the water, actually? That's the gas contract. Where's the water one? Here we go. Yeah. Oh god, I'm not the only one producing them either. We did it, lads. We've got ourselves a video game console. What about our mobile console? We do have the tech, right? Please tell me I have the tech. I don't want to have missed out on that. Video game console, yes. Handheld game console, also yes. We have access to everything we need. It's time to get video games. Again, I suspect that the market is so small that two small factories could do it. Let's believe in that. This does not look like the place that video games are made, but okay. I wonder if you actually make video games. I don't think you make specific video games, just the toy for it. So you get to buy a console but no games. How cruel. Alright, video game console, factory setup. I'll leave the AI to figure out how to source those goods. And one for handheld game consoles. Go, go, go. And you'll continue to do tech so that we have better video game stuff, but I'm going to set you to do it every 2 years instead of 1, because I just needed that initial boost to be able to make the consoles. Cart pushers and their cars, that is something. How are you doing, cart pushers? There we go, cart pushers, led by Forever Lona. Stock price going up and up, no doubt, since they've got those cars coming in, but are they actually making them as products? They're mostly profiteering off of coffee makers, cars, bookcases, photocopiers, sunglasses, and wallpaper. If you do a similar thing on us, it looks like we're making all of our money from contracts, fuel, red wine, and we're selling that red wine to children. Sparkling wine, less or so, and white. Yeah, the wine is really making it. I thought it would be more on the beer. Beer makes us pathetic money. I'm surprised at that. Yeah, well, some markups are just better than others, I suppose. It's all profit, though. I don't think any of these are making us unprofit. Yeah, we're not losing money on anything. Some of them just don't make as much. Those turbines continue to be a thorn in my side. Why is that? Still, though, profit is profit, and we are highly profitable. Look at some other companies, shall we? The bakeries are making surprisingly big money on frozen ducks. And shrimps. They're just going full in on the food, which is perfectly viable, as we can see from them. After they had an earlier bad time of buying my goods at outrageous prices. Wallpaper again. The Blurple Busters are just doing software there. Go figure, if you're at Bullworth, you're gonna need some antibiotics. Insecticide, yeah, killing the plant mission. He's not making much on his televisions. City Economic Sim has a survival mode. Could that be of interest to you? I don't think so. I think it's just you'd start out with nothing and have to build up a city from scratch. But you can do that anyway. Since you have a political party, you could actually just go and establish yourself a new city. You'd have to pay a certain amount, but you know, that's a splash in the ocean for us now. And then you get to be the mayor for 30 years. I'm not actually very interested in it, funnily enough, because it's just a city you build from scratch. It doesn't feel very rewarding, because you just choose everything that goes down. You just build an optimal city and squeeze all the money out of it. I far prefer the fight that you have in an existing city. Yeah, this is more appealing to me, rather than just making your own sterile city, because it would just be like a massive row of apartments, massive row of shops, civil service. I don't see the appeal there, but maybe we can do it at some point. Although I might have completely misunderstood what survival mode was. That's also a possibility. Yeah, Patty 4 vibes. Nobody should be remembering Patrician 4. Anyway, what was I doing? I've managed to forget. Something about video games. Yeah, probably making my video games. So we need to wait for these to be produced. They're getting into plastic. They're still sourcing electronic components. Come on. Oh, demand for those are sky high. That could be a problem. Product launched. We've got the Y box. Can't believe we're making Y boxes. Could we not make a different video games console? Nintendo Apparently the the Nintendo VES, the Nintendo VES, the Play System, and the Y-Box are all the same technology. Given the choice, actually I'm not sure if I'd want a Y-Box out of these three. Considering the catalogs, if I was given the choice of getting these three consoles, and yeah, that's the only console I'm allowed for however long, I'd take the Play System. Yeah, I'd definitely be taking the Play System. Oh well, Y-Box is what we're putting out right now. You're still waiting to source something, I think. No? Can I customize this? Oh, there aren't customizable things, but that looks a lot like the Vita to me. I love my Vita. It's a shame they didn't make any games for it. Would have been nice if they had. Anyway, no need for internal sale. People can pay me extortionate amounts of money for my Y-Box. But we have to make sure that the Y-Box is coming in through here. So, Silver Plus. Oh, it doesn't show up as Y-Box. I think it shows up as Video Game Console. Come on, make me it. There we go. And here we go. Yeah, people gotta pay me the big bucks for this. More. $365 for a portable game system. I don't think I would ever. I set the limit at about 90 quid for a portable console. I can't remember how much the Game Boys were when they first came out. I was a bit young then. But I remember our chunky Game Boy. It was yellow. It was part of a Donkey Kong Country special run of it. And I played Double Dragon, Pokemon Blue, Tetris, Super Mario something or other. Good times. Although given the choice between PlayStation 1, Xbox, NES and Vita, still don't think I'd choose the Vita unless I was able to jailbreak it. Still, going on tangents here. Let's buy these in. Make sure they're internally sold at cost, $90 and $40. Down we go. $90 and $40. Yeah, but $40 was a lot more back then. Oh wow, that looks good. I'll be able to do some hellish markup on you. So we bring in purchase, link, and sales, sale. And we're linking it up from warehouses for the Y-Box and for the PSP. Neato. Thank you, Stronghold Music. Always there to get my back. Demand is actually higher than you're bringing through here. I didn't think demand would be so high. The demand for video games consoles is lower than the demand for balloons. And these guys are working flat out. Then again, the balloons has a large factory now. These guys do not. Wow, they're not keeping up with demand at all. People really love... Oh, right, no. Gotta look at it from the warehouse. If you look at it from the factory, you're just going to be seeing the warehouse suckling all those units away. Do I have the market completely cornered? Oh, hell yes. Yaku%. We're able to sell Y-Boxes for $1,000. What would internal sale below cost do? Nothing, because you're selling it to yourself. It's even a setting. You can tell your AI COOs and such to... Where is it? You can tell them to... Factory internal sale at cost. Again, internal sale, it doesn't matter if you charge 10 cents or $10 million. It's internal sale. It's you paying money to you. There's no taxation of that or anything. The only real reason you want to mess around with your internal sales is so you get a better idea on how profitable a firm is. For example, I'm selling... Okay, let's look at it here. Bullworth has made a vaccine. God, life at Bullworth must be getting out of hand. Let's slow it down here. I'm making the Y-Box, and it costs me $90 to make it. Now, any client who wants to buy it off of me can buy it from me for 740... Oh, clicking all over the place. Anyone who wants to buy it off of me can do it for $744. Did I have internal sale on for you as well? Whoops. So the warehouse is buying it for that, and the warehouse is then selling it onto my shop for just $92. But the reason I'm putting it out at $92, which is pretty much cost, is because it allows me to look at the toy store and see if it's being profitable. I can look at this graph and go, okay, we make profits on these, because it's coming in at cost. If I was buying it from my factory at what the factory wants to charge, which is like 500 or 900 or whatever, then it would be a lot harder for me to tell if I'm actually profiteering off of it selling it to the public, because that's the whole point. If you produce a good and you're just selling it within your own company, you're not making money, you are losing money. So I do this so that I can go over to my corporate detail, firms, silver surplus, and I go, retail stores are all turning profit, or on the whole they're turning profit. I can go into more detail, and I can look here, and I can spot any that are unprofitable, or even some that aren't doing enough profit. For example, we've got a business shop here that is making a loss here. We have two that are making a loss, and I can go, why are they making a loss? Let's go and find out. So this business shop has energy contracts, but they don't. Utilization, the workers are idle. Is that because you're not getting energy contracts? Your supplier is currently Warehouse 5. Warehouse 5 has energy contracts, but not enough to meet that. Ah, that's interesting. So am I not actually making enough energy contracts? Or is it just not enough throughput? I would have to say it's probably not enough throughput. So then I ask myself, why not? Or do I have another warehouse that deals with those? I'm trying to remember where my energy contracts are going through. Do they all go through here? That could be a problem. Now I'm going off on a tangent trying to find out what the problem is here. Yeah, the problem is throughput. I think this place is working flat out. Yeah, it is, and it's not enough. So I actually need my energy contracts going in through a designated floor, or... It's because I put all these other things in the warehouse, isn't it? Right, well, I can solve that. I can solve that by having myself a specific warehouse for it. Large warehouse goes here. And I'm just going to slam this full of... Oh, that's not what I want. Okay for link. I want all those energy contracts coming in here and flowing out. I am going to pause the energy contracts coming in here, stop the purchase. And then soon you'll have the energy contracts coming in. Just make sure you're trained up for it. You are getting them right. Crikey, we could have more problems this... You've got through the roof demand for it. Oh wow, what's the problem here now? Hang on, I think I took it from the wrong place, didn't I? Yeah, I took it from the warehouse, my mistake. Not warehouse only. I need it from factories. Factory, factory, factory. Now you've got it there. Have it on internal sale at cost. I forget what cost is. Cost is only 42. Okay, that's good for me. 42 cents, that is. I can't even go that low. And now I'm going to go to my... business shops and make sure that they're getting those energy contracts. That was not what I wanted to do. Business contracts, link up, warehouse. Oh geez, which one? I think this was the one that I just newly set up. It's kind of hard to see here. Must be, because the freight is lower, so it's the closer one. I think I have to link them all up here though. Yeah, didn't have enough throughput. This one should be better though. It's kind of crazy, you need a designated warehouse just for energy contracts. I think that's a problem with the mod though, it makes demand so high for things. Imagine if you were selling energy contracts to all the cities. It'd be insane. I think I'm going to, before I do a run for this, I'm going to reduce all of the demand for goods for, maybe even for everything, down to 1/5 of what it is, because it really needs to be brought down to that amount. Alright, but that was just one of my energy firms. They all need to be dealt with here. You're going down, you're going down, you're going down. See, I was able to spot this because of what I have with my firms there, so I can see who's not being profitable. You don't sell them. Yeah, you just do my water and stuff. But I think I had one more of them selling energy contracts. Yeah, you there. Game doesn't afford a lot of information on throughput, sadly. I have a feeling that I missed some. Oh well, not to worry. NES is North America 10/18/85. Oh, it's the release dates for those. GameCube and PS2 in 2001 with it. Oh, was somebody wondering when those came out? I remember them all, so not to worry. Okay, I don't remember the NES coming out, but I remember being cradled by the NES. Cradle to the grave. Right. I am unsure if you're getting them in. Looks like you are. Apparently there's not enough demand for it all, though. It's alright, we'll recapture that market share. Okay, goody goody. Wow, there's more demand for these than I can fulfill. Again, I really think the game has way too much demand for everything. I'll look into that. Just if you have a functional memory. Childhood Jake had a great memory. Old man Jake, far less so. Alright. I'll be honest, this was so much better than I was expecting. The real world mod is... yeah, I'm gonna have trouble going back after this. I thought it was just too much of everything. The only thing that it is too much of is demand. The idea that this city can have so much demand for everything, the fact that you need so many like designated things just to pump through all of your energy contracts. What I think I'm going to do is tomorrow evening I'm going to start the perfect run of this. But before I start that, I'm going to open up the mod file and I'm going to reduce the demand for everything massively so that money isn't flowing in quite so easily. It's been a little too easy to make this fat stack of cash. I'm also going to experiment with giving the AI a head start. I mean, like running the game for 5 years with the AI being able to do whatever they want or something like that. Maybe give them more, yeah, give them a lot more startup capital. That's a good idea. I think I saw that in chat. Yeah, I can give them tons more startup capital than I get. That should make things a little bit more fair. Did I miss if you made a spreadsheet for production chains? For real world, no, but I've come to realize that what is most important is seeing the demand and the base price for that, and thankfully the mod has that easily available. The only thing I need to do is color code it to make it easier to read, but you've already told me how to do that, so I'll get on that. And of course I'm going to modify it to reduce those demands. Okay, so this was short-lived. I thought we'd be playing with real world for longer, but the problem is if I play it for longer, then it's just going to be more that I'll be redoing in perfection. At the very least, I probably won't be doing these same industries when I come back to it. Not least of all, I'll be making them less profitable. So, well, I'm really happy with real world. Hats off to the people that made it. We're going to keep it blended with our chatter mod though. So we're going to call it there for this one. When we come back, we're going to have a fresh new batch of cities, and we're going to have a goal of perfection. Now, what is perfection? Difficult question there. I think perfection is going to be market dominance in every single product. On top of that, we're going to make sure that there is no competition. We're going to subsidiarize or otherwise destroy everyone and then deny them the ability to get onto the map. And is there anything else that we would want to do as perfection? I'm sure somebody gave me advice on that, but I've managed to forget it. Every product, every step, yeah. Market dominance doesn't mean 100% market share, because every extra bit of market share is harder to get. As long as I have over 50%, it counts as market dominance. And I think there's a thing that shows that somewhere. Dominance, here we go. No, that just shows if you're first. There's a different thing for being... There we go, domination. Right, domination is where we are, where we have the bulk of the market share here. Is that it? Well, whatever. I'll come up with the definitions for when we do it, but I think we're going to start it tomorrow evening. So that'll give me tomorrow to get it all sorted out. So cheers for joining for Real World. We'll be back with more of it tomorrow. Until then, so cheerio.